let us know when you're ready, Dwayne.
All right, good evening, everyone. We are now live.
Let us know when you're ready, Dwayne. Can you say that again?
Oh, we are live.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. Appreciate it. The regular Planning and Zoning Commission meeting will now come to order. I want to inform the commission attendees that are being streamed live through for the public through YouTube. So if you could please speak loud and clear into the microphone to pick up all the comments, we would greatly appreciate that. As a reminder, everyone, please sign in. Turn off your cell phones or silence them, please, at this time. And if anybody needs to speak, please address the chair and you'll be acknowledged to do so. We'd also like to welcome our new commissioner, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Yes. We appreciate you coming and volunteering to serve on the commission. Madam Secretary, roll call please.
Chairman Long,
Here.
Commissioner Pulowski, Commissioner Cresto,
Here.
Commissioner Stoller,
Here.
Commissioner Ezell,
Here.
Commissioner Eason,
Here.
Commissioner Hayes.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there any case that's coming before the commission at this meeting that represents a conflict of interest for any commissioners? Madam Secretary, roll call.
Chairman Long,
No.
Commissioner Cresto,
No.
Commissioner Stoller,
No.
Commissioner Ezell,
No.
Commissioner Eason,
No.
Commissioner Hayes,
No.
no conflict.
Is there any commissioner who engaged in ex parte communication with anyone involving these cases being presented this evening? Madam Secretary, roll call.
Chairman Long,
No.
Commissioner Cresto,
No.
Commissioner Stoller,
No.
Commissioner Ezell,
No.
Commissioner Eason,
No.
Commissioner Hayes.
Thank you. All right, our first order of business is to approve the previous special meeting minutes from July 8th, 2026. We need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Commissioner Eason,
Yes.
Commissioner Ezell,
Yes.
Commissioner Cresto,
Abstain.
Commissioner Stoller,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
Abstain.
Chairman Long,
Yeah.
approved.
Anyone wishing to speak tonight, please rise and take the oath at this time. Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Assuming everybody said yes, so thank you. So because of the attendance tonight, I want to remind everybody, this is not a legislative board. So what I mean by that, this is a quasi judicial board. With that being said, we hear testimony and we have the land development standards that we base our rulings on. So that's why we have some specific rules in here. So anyone who's wishing to speak, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Try not to duplicate a previous point. And you'll have one opportunity to testify. So again, please speak up live and so everybody could hear from the microphone, and please keep your comments as punctual as possible and to the point as possible. So we appreciate that. Before we get started with the items, we wanted to inform commission applicants of a scam that's still going on where planning and zoning applicants are being targeted. Scammers are taking data from the city website to demand payment from applicants. Please be advised that applicants are not contacted and asked to make a payment. If any issues come up, please contact staff, CB, or Nikki immediately and notify them. We will notify the appropriate authorities, and we want to make sure that everyone in attendance is cautious with those scams going on at this time. We're going to go ahead and open up case number 26-003-00003. Request by Larry Macias Sr., property owner, for the final plat approval of a minor subdivision, Macias subdivision. A tract of land situated in section 8, township 15 north, range 17 west, NMPM. The property is located at 29 Speedway Drive and located within McKinley County. Subdivision contains 8.5554 acres more or less. The property lies within the city of Galt planning and plating jurisdiction. Staff, what do you have to present?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Good evening, members of the public as well. The current property consists of a single tract of land containing approximately 8.5554 acres. The property owner wishes to subdivide the single tract of land into 2 parcels. The property does lie within McKinley County and is within the city's 3-mile planning and plating jurisdiction. Per New Mexico statutes 1978 annotated 3-19-7 and 3-20-7. State statute section 3-2-20 subdivision within the planning and plating jurisdiction of a municipality. Approval of the planning authority procedure, filing fee, notice of hearing. Subsection A states before a plat of any subdivision within the jurisdiction of a municipality is filed in the office of the county clerk, the plat shall be submitted to the planning authority of the municipality having jurisdiction for approval. Once approved, the plat can be filed with McKinley County Clerk's office and the lots will become legal lots of record. Neither utility nor pedestrian infrastructure requirements will apply as this subdivision lies outside of the city limits and won't be tied into any existing city infrastructure. The City of Galt Task Force has reviewed this request. Copy of their comments are in your agenda packet for your review. And it is a findings of staff that the proposed subdivision lies within the city's 3-mile planning and plating jurisdiction. Per New Mexico statutes 1978 annotated 3-19-7 and 3-20-7. Subsection A states that this subdivision of this type need to come before the municipality having authority for approval. Planning and Zoning Commission is now being asked to approve or deny said subdivision request based on the documents presented. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, CB. Commissioners, any questions for?
I have one, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just want to state for the record that I asked CB about the process of reviewing subdivisions for the county, basically, and what was involved and what standards were applicable, because I found it odd that this commission would be asked to basically just rubber stamp a county process. And the state statutes, and I'm referencing 30-2-5 and 30-2-9, state that, as CB said, cities and counties share jurisdiction within 3 miles of the city limits, and that dual approval is required for subdivisions. Not to just repeat what CB said, but that there's a co-jurisdiction zone. As far as I can tell, though, by the statutes don't address which standards are supreme or how to address conflicts. So I talked to the staff and they shared with me an MOU between the county and the city that was executed in 2020. And the way I read it, I interpret it to mean that the city's subdivision standards must be satisfied in order for us to, if it falls within the co-jurisdiction zone, in order for us to approve it. CB told me that's not how he understands it, and please elaborate or add, CB, and that's not the established practice. I did ask if there was a attorney contracted to work with the city on planning and zoning matters who could help with this, and CB said he didn't know of one. I apologize if this is awkward, but the MOU was signed by Mr. Hayes. I know he's here as an independent commissioner and not as the city attorney. Again, it was executed in 2020, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but I did want to acknowledge that. And I just want to say again for the record that I'm relying on the staff's expertise and explanation that our job here is not to make sure that this subdivision meets city standards, but just to kind of endorse the county's process.
Good. Maybe I misunderstand my address.
Sure.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What you're stating, your understanding is that the city has no authority to enforce its subdivision regulations in this matter? Is that what because that's not accurate. I mean, basically what the law is that within that 3-mile ETZ, both standards have to be met. Now, with these small subdivisions, the county has an exemption process where they don't require anything. And so that's why they have that form of exemption thing. But, my understanding has always been, and I'm pretty sure correct on that, is that all of the requirements that would apply normally to a subdivision in our regulations are going to apply here unless there's a specific exemption for subdivisions that are within the ETZ.
Mr. Chairman, I address.
Sure.
You are correct in that statement. However, because the county does not have zoning and no established zoning districts, we can't apply the zone district dimensional requirements for a subdivision. Also, because they're not tied to our infrastructure, they don't have city water or sewer. We can't require them to put water and sewer in their frontages, put curb gutters and sidewalks and paved streets and things like that, which is what our subdivision regs require. So what we do is we go as far as we can and bring it to the board and just say, yes, they complied with state law rule that says Planning and Zoning Commission has to approve the request. However, without them being within the city limits, we can't apply the standards to them. Otherwise, they would have to extend water and sewer lines 10 miles. They would have to do all these things in order to comply with our standard, which they just can't. So that's why we go through this process and have the commission approve or deny. That way we're in compliance with state law. The subdivision is valid and they can file the plats. And that's how we've done it for as long as I've been here. And we haven't had any issues with the state on it.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments, Commissioner? Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this case, please approach the podium and state your name.
Good evening, Commission. Basically, of that 8.8 acres out there, I have donated 1 acre to a family member. They have actually lived out there for close to 20 years. And I'm not getting any younger. And I don't want to have my kids have to deal with this later. So that's all I'm doing is I've just about completed the survey. And that's what I'm in the process of doing, so.
Commission, any questions for Mr. Macias? Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Anyone wishing to speak against this case, please come to the podium and state your name. Silence. Any other parties wishing to speak? Now would be the opportunity in this case. Okay, the hearing is now closed. And I have a motion to approve or deny case number 26-003-00003.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the subdivision request.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ezell,
Yes.
Commissioner Cresto,
Yes.
Commissioner Spooler,
Yes.
Commissioner Eason,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
Okay.
approved.
Motion carried, thank you. We're now gonna open up case number 2. This is case number 26-006-00-003. I believe we have that incorrect, but, oh no, that is, request by Mr. Aish, property owner for the rezoning of 6.1870 acres more or less from single family residential type C to multifamily residential high zone district. The property is located at 1605 through 1623 Mark Avenue. More particularly described as lots 1 through 5, replat number 1 of lots 1 and 2, Sunrise subdivision. Staff, what do you have to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subdivision, subsection 10-5-B-D-I-5A of the City of Gallup Land Development Standards states that amendments to the official zoning map which involve a particular area of land may be made by the council on its own motion or upon request of the Planning and Zoning Commission or the person or persons holding 51% or more of the ownership of the area of land may request the Planning and Zoning Commission to amend the map upon determination that there are sufficient grounds for the amendment. In this case, petitioning owner Ahmad Aish represents 100% ownership of the property or rezone, and as such is making the request for a zoning map amendment to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Subject properties are currently zoned single-family residential type C zone district and contain 5 individual lots. The property owner wishes to rezone the properties from single-family residential type C to multifamily residential high zone district to allow for development of a multifamily apartment complex consisting of 69 units, which will be 10 townhomes and 59 apartments. Said apartments will be marketed as market rate housing, not low income or subsidized housing. On May 24th, 2022, the city, Gallup City Council adopted and approved resolution number R 2022-13, thereby declaring a housing emergency in the city of Gallup and urging support to address this emergency. This resolution was approved for the purpose of recognizing the shortage of available housing units within the city and set forth minimum strategies to aid in increasing the city's housing stock. A copy of this resolution is in your agenda packet for your review. Section 10-5-B-D I-4 of the City of Gallup Land Development Standards lists zoning map amendments criteria. A copy of this section is included in your agenda packet and marked as Exhibit A for your review. The applicant has submitted the required written discussion statement indicating which of the acceptable grounds for an amendment to the official zoning map outlined in section 10-5-B-D I-4 the request is based upon. The Planning and Zoning Commission shall determine whether or not the proposed request for a zoning map amendment meets one or more of the amendment criteria based on evidence presented and testimony heard. The applicant submits that the proposed map amendment meets the following criteria. The social, economic, or environmental interests of the public good would be better served by the proposed district than the existing one. Gallup Task Force has reviewed this request. Copy of their comments are in your agenda packet for your review. It is the findings of staff that the applicant has met the minimum requirements of section 10-5-B-D I-4 zoning map amendment criteria, has submitted the required information and has paid all fees necessary in order to testify before the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission shall determine whether or not the proposed request for a zoning map amendment from single family residential to multifamily high for the properties as described meets the minimum requirements founded on the zoning map amendment criteria for a zoning map amendment based on the evidence presented and testimony heard. If resolution number or resolution 2026-8 for zoning map amendment from single family residential to multifamily high is approved for the properties as described, the rezoned properties shall be subject to compliance with the regulations of the multifamily residential high zone districts. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commission, any questions for Mr. Strange?
Mr. Straight, one of the documents you referred to is the emergency housing resolution of 2022. And it's got like 3 priorities that it establishes here, only one of which I'm thinking is relevant. One's directing staff to fast track establishing MRAs. The other is engaging tribal entities. The third one is setting up processes to work with the developers to catalyze subdivision projects and development areas supported by the city housing plan, MRA plan, and growth management plan. My question is, I've found the 2024 growth management plan that has a section on housing. Is there a separate housing plan outside of the growth management plan that would provide us any guidance in whether this is a kind of project that's supported by that plan?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hayes, excuse me, we only worked together for 20 years anyway. There is a separate housing study. The plan itself is contained within the City of Gallup Master Plan. That's the housing plan. The study was conducted a few years prior to that. We have that, but it basically, in a nutshell, the study says we don't have enough housing and we need more housing. So that's what that is.
TB, it doesn't make suggestions, where in space as far as.
The master plan kind of lays out, and again, for the audience's information, a master plan is not an ordinance, it's not law, it's more of a guide. It's how we want our city to develop and grow, and it gives suggestions and recommendations on areas that would be fit for residential development, commercial development, industrial development, things like that. And then there's other different elements in the plan that address other things, but these areas that are being proposed are recommended for residential development, and it doesn't really specify what should go there. It says it should be used for housing because of the areas.
Commission, any more questions for CB? Thank you, CB. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this case, please approach the podium and state your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Amar Yish. I am the owner and developer of the Silver Trail Apartments rezoning at Mark Avenue at the Sunrise subdivision. Before we get started, I would like to say thank you. And thank you to our community who came out in January, and we listened to your concerns and we came up with a solution, okay? Our architect prepared plans and the traffic impact study now on record. He is currently recovering from a medical procedure and cannot be here this evening. Although I am authorized to speak on this project, we will follow up in writing on any technical issues or questions that I cannot answer. We will definitely follow up. Here is what changed though. With the help of the community input, we listened in January. We proposed 231 apartments on 12.64 acres with 351 parking spaces. Tonight, we're asking to rezone roughly half that land. That's 6.187 acres for 69 homes, 59 apartments and 10 townhomes. That is 70% reduction in units and the 2/3 reductions in parking from the plan the neighborhood objected to. We did not tweak the project. We cut it by more than 2/3. And we placed the townhomes along the single family edge. So the lowest, most familiar building form faces our single family neighbors. The request is to rezone from single family residential to multifamily residential high density. We recognize that multifamily residential is a high density district. So being direct about the scale, our plan is moderate. We're missing the middle density. We're not a high rise. We are requesting multifamily residential high density because it is a district that accommodates our mix of townhomes, studios, along with 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. We are also not seeking any changes to lots 6 through 9. We have no development plan for them at the moment. Any future proposal there, we would come back here before you at our own public hearing. Why this land and why now? This site is well suited for the request. It already adjoins multifamily and mixed-use zoning to the northwest and northeast, and the mixed-use district to the east. So this is not spot zoning dropped into a single-family C. No, it's an infill parcel completed a pattern that already exists around it. It is served by existing streets, water, sewer, and utilities, which means the city spends nothing extending infrastructure outward to reach us and develop this project. Compact infill like this is the most cost-efficient growth a city can approve. The need is documented by the city's own work. Gallup's comprehensive housing market analysis found a genuine shortage of rental housing and specifically flagged that entry-level professionals and service workers have very little availability to them. The single-family residential zoning designation on this parcel cannot deliver the studios and the 1- and 2-bedroom homes that those workers actually need. What this does for Gallup's bottom line before anything else, it's a revenue project for the city. Today, the location is empty, sits vacant. It generates very little or no income to the city. Improved, it pays the city back in 4 ways. One, property taxes. Assessed value rises from the near vacant land to a completed multifamily community. Two is gross receipt tax. A multi-million-dollar bill generates construction, gross receipt tax to the city and state, and every resident that spends in Gallup. And Gallup is the regional retail hub for for this trade area. Number three, utility and fee revenue. 69 households on city water, sewer, internet, gas, and the recurring monthly revenue, plus the one-time permanent connection fees. Four, the most important aspect, jobs. Construction employment during the bill and ongoing property management and maintenance positions after. We are happy to provide the details figures to staff. The direction is not in doubt. Vacant land approved for housing is one of the highest return decisions a city can make. And with land, it's already paying to surround with services. What this does for Gallup's families behind the tax revenue are people, a growing community, the doctors, nurses, technicians who staff our hospitals and clinics, the teachers in our schools, the young families starting out, the professionals we are trying to keep in Gallup instead of losing to other cities. They need somewhere to live near where they work. Every one of these 69 homes is a household that shops here, enrolls children in our schools, and puts down the roots. Good housing is how a community holds onto people who care for its sick and teaches its children. That is what we are trying to build. Traffic. On traffic, the concern we heard the loudest in January. Everybody said traffic, but traffic is good for business, whether we like it or not. The most important fact is the one already stated. This plan is 70% fewer units than the vision that we brought up in January, which reduces the trips it generates. The traffic impact study in your packet sets out the projected trip generation and the effect on Mark Avenue. We commit to any mitigation study on your staff recommend. In closing, we brought you a smaller, quieter project than before on land already surrounded by services and by multifamily zoning that helps house the workers Gallup is trying to keep and returns real revenue to the city. And we're willing to accept conditions to guarantee it stays the project we're describing tonight. We respectfully ask the commission to approve this rezoning, and I welcome your questions. Thank you very much.
Commission, any questions for Mr. Ade? Mr. Chris?
Mr. Wright,
Yes, sir.
just a couple questions, knowing that area there. Have you done a geotechnical survey of that? To see what kind of foundations you're gonna have, because a 4-story building.
We will do what's necessary because as we can see, they built high rises on sand, so we can definitely build on that bedrock. I mean, it could be done. Let's be realistic. Whatever we need to do the soils report, we will get it done. We will follow the city ordinances.
I don't know if that's the same ordinance.
Hey, we're trying to make it happen.
Yeah, I'm just concerned because there's all those coal mines.
We got to make it happen. I live here in Gallup, been here for 35 years, and I want nothing but the best for our community. And this is, trust me and believe, my intention is good.
Mr. Crawford?
Commissioner, I have a question. In your presentation, you stated that townhouses will be adjacent to the right of way and not the apartment complex.
Correct.
So can you pull up that? It should be 2-5. Next one, next page. Okay, so that site layout has the apartments adjacent to Mark Avenue and the townhouses west of that. So is that opposite of what you stated in your presentation?
I believe there's some development already in the back, so we can adjust what needs to be adjusted. I mean, this is just kind of what we propose. We'd like to kind of keep it like this, but we can, once we get into the engineering aspect of things, you're gonna have right of ways, you're gonna have the streets, you're gonna have the curbs, you have the gutters, we're gonna have to figure all this out. Our job here is just to make the single family into a multi-family. That's what we're here for.
But your intent is to have the townhouses
Correct.
adjacent to the right of way.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
This is just, it's a draft, you know how it goes.
Mr. Aish, I do have one question about the townhouses. And
Yes, sir.
The reason why is because, CB, correct me if I'm wrong, but townhouses are typically individual lots. They're not on one parcel of land. So that way they could be divided out or sold or whatever the case may be. So there's gonna have to be some splits completed to this land to get townhouses on this land. And that's not what's shown here, and I don't know if that's where Commissioner Spaulding was going with it, but there's gonna have to be a little bit of thought as far as that goes.
Yeah, correct. Like I said, there's still some space in the back. We gotta tweak things out, whatever. Once we go into the task force meeting, then it becomes, then all these will get addressed.
For the process, CB, for the audience as well, can you explain the process from this point on? As far as the approval of what would be a final plat?
Final plat or the zone change?
The zone change, and then what would have to be done if townhouses are constructed?
Sure, Mr. Commissioner. Right now, if the zone change is approved tonight, next step would be submitting probably a preliminary review. We'll probably have a pre-application meeting with the developer and his architects, engineers, to go over their design plans, to go over their conceptuals and everything. All the department heads will sit down, all the different departments that will be involved. We'll look at the plans, make sure they comply with city requirements, city codes, prior to submitting anything for permitting. Once that's done and complete, and we like to do that just so everybody's on the same page and everybody knows what's required before they get too deep in the weeds with it. That way they could go back there to their designers, get it designed per city code, and then move forward. But as far as the subdivision goes, you are correct. If they're gonna do townhouses, a townhouse sits on its own individual lot, but they share a common wall. So depending on how many townhomes there are, there'll have to be subdivided lots there. And the good thing is that it's gonna be fronting Mark Avenue is what I'm hearing. So that's their frontage, and they could just put however many townhomes lots there that they need. So it is a permitted use within that district, townhomes. So it would be allowed. They just have to design it to meet our standards.
We appreciate that. One other question, when we were here last time, I'm not quite sure when that was, 6 months, 8 months ago, we asked for a traffic impact analysis.
Correct.
And I know after reading several of those, this is more of a traffic access analysis.
Correct. I have Mr. Paul Martin here from Sakura Engineer, who's gonna better address the traffic situation.
And the reason why I want to bring that up is because, and you might be able to fill this question better, but I don't see where there was any counts done on Mark Avenue. Did you guys take counts of the?
Mr. Paul, is it okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Paul Martin. I'm the principal engineer with Sakura Engineering. And I'm here to answer your questions. I would like to state before we get into your questions is we are the original designers of the initial subdivision on Mark. And we did look at the soil and we did do some soil borings with our drill rig. And there's not a multitude, but there are several design footings that you could use with the clay soils that are in that area to stabilize footings and foundations. And one of the types is what's called a helical pier. And we've used those successfully throughout New Mexico and Texas, and a few in Colorado, to stabilize buildings, existing buildings, and some pre-designed buildings for construction. And then there's a grade beam slab on grade, post-tension slab that you can also use to meet the bearing capacity of the soils and design the buildings to have an appropriate extension of the building through a sidewalk or a non-vegetative area 4 to 5 feet away from the building that develops the soil runoff. I mean, the water runoff for the buildings. And we've done those things earlier on. I don't have it with me tonight, but
No,
it
that's
is
okay.
available.
That's fine.
And so.
We understand that you'll engineer
Yeah. So, and we've worked with the local consultants. Our presence in Gallup's been over 20 years, I believe. Or at least, how long you been here, CB?
Too long.
No, not long, not long enough. You have a good man here. Don't, he's very precise.
As far as
But
the traffic goes, sir, did you guys take traffic counts on Mark Avenue?
we did initially in the first design that we did.
Okay.
Proposed, and then I believe that's, I can't say for sure. I did, my son Scott Martin prepared this. He's the one that has the stamp on the back page.
Okay, because I
And-
noticed that the data was from an NMDOT study.
Right,
That's
and,
why I was concerned.
that's what we usually use on traffic studies,
Okay.
either phase 1 or phase 2 or
Right.
whatever we have. But I would like to point out, I guess you could read the whole document, but on the first page, it's highlighted. And then on page number 3, it also has a chart there for phase 1 and phase 2 for Mark Avenue. And basically that's the main street through there. And that is still at a level service A. The levels of service go A through F. F is being totally non-compatible. It doesn't work. Usually you don't get that. You have to redesign or do whatever. But this is a level service A. And then I believe Mark Avenue segment remains at a level AB. And if I'm correct, well, I know I'm correct, that the level of service from the initial follows through with this of Mark Avenue. And usually I don't know how much you want me to get into this, but.
No, that's okay. I just wanna-
Okay, but
traffic was an
the
issue.
main thing is in which would be in subsequent reports was maintaining the level of service A. Okay. I think I used up my 3 minutes.
I do have also just one quick question on the
Sure.
traffic study. Now this only considered the new apartments and not the also proposed development along Mark and then La Paloma, right?
It,
didn't take
it
that
goes
in-
for phase 1 and phase 2. You have that map? I mean, shows the phases.
Well, to elaborate on Commissioner Spoiler's question, I think what he was alluding to was if that whole neighborhood had been built out. Because there's a subdivision across the street to the south, does it take any of those numbers into account?
For Mark Avenue, it does,
Okay.
since it impacts that. The contribution from the lots to the north would contribute. Gallup's flip to most people on the north-south issue. But the lots to the south, excuse me, because of the north arrow, I need to look at the map, is those traffic numbers would also be added in on the overall.
But those lots are added into this report.
I think they are, and I'll double check, and if that's wrong, I will get with CB and shortly, and we'll rectify that.
Just-
But it should include, when I've done a traffic study, it includes everything that has an impact on that street.
It's just most of those lots along Mark and La Paloma are undeveloped.
Right, but we would use the initial, what we did prior on the initial subdivision for
Yeah.
those.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone wishing to speak against this place, please come to the podium at this time and state your name.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. First of all, my name is Mary Ann Armijo. I'm a resident of the Mossman area. And I would like to say thank you for your service to our community as commissioners and to you, Chairman Long, as the chair of the commission. I am here this evening only because I'm really concerned that I listened in January when this came before you. I still don't see the impact study that was supposed to be done. I live in the area. I've been in the area for about 35 years. And the only two areas to get out of that is going to be through Piano and down to Verde and on to Aztec, or from Mark onto Valentina and onto Aztec. The Mossman community is a very tight community. We do our best to take care of our children, our elder, and everyone that lives in our community. The traffic is bad enough as it is now. We do have Jefferson Elementary School. Hopefully all of you are aware of the Mossman residential area. That area serves a lot of avenues going back to Mark and even people going to Red Rock School and the hospitals. So there is still a lot of traffic that even though they lowered it from 120 units to 69 units, that still tells me that that's still going to put over 150 cars either from Camino to Verde to Aztec, or from Mark to also into Valentina and down into Aztec again. We are not against building. Yes, I was aware of the study that has been made about housing units in Gallup. Yes, we do need housing, but we also as a city need to look at this really careful on how it impacts other residents and how it impacts other neighborhoods. This building of 69 units will definitely impact the Mossman area. It'll also impact all the houses that are built on Mark Avenue now. If I'm correct, it was very well stated that yes, it'll bring revenue into the city, it'll bring property taxes, but it'll also could lower property taxes. Right now, you have homes that are probably valued up on Mark Avenue on taxes of $4,000 assessed taxes. Mossman, my home itself, is assessed at almost $2,000. By bringing apartments, that's going to lower the valuation. So that doesn't mean that it's really going to bring additional revenue to the city of Gallup. It also brings the fact that we might have to protest our tax assessment because now our taxes are going to go down because we have all this traffic and apartments. Yes, they're saying they're not low income and they're saying it's phase one. What happens when they come back to phase two and phase three? How much more of this are we going to do? And there is rumor that McKinley County Schools will be building schools for teachers. We talk about teachers. I talked to a resident that owns High Apartments. His 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom luxury apartment with everything in it and efficient apartments are running only $1,700. I and my husband and myself own apartments in Gallup and we do rent to teachers. Teachers can't even afford $750 for an apartment. And I am a witness to that. And if anybody ever wants to ask me those questions, I know them and I'm not afraid to show you that. So building these apartments, I really believe that as commissioners and Chairman Long, I think that we have the responsibility to look at all the residents of the city of Gallup and also to look at the neighborhood surrounding this build. And that's why I'm here tonight. And what reassurance do we have that some of those won't turn when they go for funding? What happens if they go for funding on Section 8 or some section of government funding for lower interest rates? As we know, interest rates are very high. What happens if now they tell them, well, you have to now build 2 or 3 low incomes into your building process? Once it's approved, there's not much that we can do anymore after that. And that's why I'm here this evening to plead with Chairman Long and commissioners to please look at this really careful before you even approve it. And to me, they have not come back with their study and everything else that you've asked for. They're saying, yes, they have engineers and they have everything else. I am just one person. And Right now, I couldn't even see your maps, as you all know, because I'm visually impaired, but I can listen and I know because I've lived in this town long enough to know the impact. I have served the city of Gallup in the past as one of your city councilors. So I also know how important it is to serve our city. And that's what I'm asking you commissioners tonight, and also Chairman Long, to please serve all the residents of the city of Gallup and McKinley County, not just a developer. So with that, thank you very much for listening to me. And again, thank you for your service. And I stand for questions if you want to ask me anything.
Commission, any questions?
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
And I also speak in behalf of all the Mossman neighborhood because a lot of the people have called me and asked me to be here tonight. So thank you again.
Chairman Long, Commission, thank you. I'm Robert Baca. I also live in the Mossman area. I'm not against the apartments or anything going up, but I'm also not for it. And one of the reasons that for that is, like Mary Ann stated, one, the traffic. I live close to the high school and the junior high, and during the school year, the traffic in my neighborhood gets really high. You get a lot of traffic back there. Most of the parents use the alleyway to drop their kids off. So I have a line of cars that go around the block. If you look at Jefferson in the front in the mornings and the afternoon, traffic is backed up on that street too. The congestion is humongous there. There's no law enforcement that take care of any of that. So it creates a problem. The bottom of Mark, I have friends that live there that right now, their concern is the kids that are walking through there. Traffic comes down off of Mark, they don't stop at the stop sign, they blow right through it. So there's some issues, and I think the traffic study really needs to be something that you look at and that they address. And with that, again, I'm short, sweet, and simple. Mine's just the traffic issue and the safety there.
Thank you. Mr. Baca, any questions? Mr. Baca?
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? If you are, line up.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Bill No. I live on Mark Avenue and have most of my life. My father partnered with Mohammed Aish to extend the utilities from where the Little Sisters property was all the way up to where Mr. Aish's property is at 1805 Mark. At that time, the proposal was to have single-family homes. Now we're sitting here talking about changing 5 of those lots from single-family homes up to 69 more units. I can tell you right now, we already have water pressure problems. We already have sewer problems. If we increase the number of units up on that hill right now to what we're proposing, I think we're going to find it's going to be a real problem for the city and for the residents along Mark. Secondly, I grew up in that area. I'm very familiar with the groundwork around that site. Jefferson had at least 3 coal mines behind it. Those coal mines go underneath who knows where, because we know that they just followed the vein. Wherever it was, they went. One of those veins went under the Little Sisters of the Poor. They had to have their chapel reattached to the main building some time ago because it started to collapse. One of those shafts was causing a collapse underneath the chapel. If we're going to be looking at building more items up there, that's something that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Sure.
You alluded to water pressure and sewer problems, but could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, I can tell you pretty much every time the city has a broken water main on the east side of town, my water pressure drops.
And sewer?
Sewer, Mossman's currently having a major issue with a definite sewer smell along about 8 o'clock in the evening. And I can tell you right now that some of it is coming up the vent at my house.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioners, any more questions for Mr. No? Thanks, sir.
Thanks for hearing me.
No one else in line, I'm not too sure, but please.
Hi, my name is Abby Woods, and I've only been a resident of Mossman for about 5 years. But I just want you to please take into consideration the people that have been there forever. Yeah, just listening to my neighbor talk, she's one of the ones that's been there for a while. I want, they can do all the traffic studies that they can, but it doesn't, you don't know. We live on the corner of Gladden and Valentina, and the traffic already is insane. I just want there to be lots of studies and lots more from the community. I wish there would have been a better turnout for the people who, it's not going to benefit a lot of people in that area. We're talking about, is it low income? Is it not? I can't say, but I agree with Mr. No saying that we don't know, things are going to start spiraling, and then, oh, well, the project got out of hand and the cost was more. So now therefore the townhomes are going to cost more. The apartments are going to cost more. We need to really, really think about this. I please take into consideration the people that have lived there the longest. They need to be the ones that get first choice, I think. So that's all. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
I think I actually missed my opportunity because I wanted to speak for this. Is it okay for me to still do that now?
To do against. I've done for you.
We did do 4.
No,
we did not.
You did
Sorry.
against first.
I misread. No.
Well, I thought
But-
you had them on and them come up first and then it kind of got cut
I-
off and I
I
got
did.
confused.
So that's why I have missed Aish come before, but let's finish with anybody else that's against. And then I will recommend you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Livio Rinaldi, and my mom has a house up on Martinelli Drive. And I applaud Mr. Ahmad for, just trying to bring some great, development in apartments and townhouses. I mean, I sat on the zoning board for a short while, way back then, and that was totally an issue. So I do have just a few concerns. Number one, when they mentioned the traffic, I saw where they actually were gauging the traffic, and one was over on Piano where they come off of Mark onto Piano, then down to Verde. But the other one was going back down Mark and then to Valentina, then take a left. But the traffic that they were gauging it was the block past there. So I think most people would get to the bottom of the hill and take a left toward Aztec, but the actual gauging where the traffic meter was, that the counter was another block to the east. So it's kind of like that really wasn't that accurate. And secondly, there really wasn't one on Martinelli because a lot of people come up Mark. And up Martinelli, they're heading to the hospital and to Red Rock School or whatever. There's a ton of traffic there in the morning, just a ton of traffic. So, I mean, we're just, the ring thing is just going off, every 5 seconds. So same thing, just like increased traffic. Secondly, if you look at the map, I mean, there's these massive lots that are sitting up there that look like they're just these huge things, but you don't have to walk too far off the mark before that land just drops straight down. So my concern also is just how much building room do you have there before you really kind of start getting into that deep hillside, and also creating, maybe a lot of runoff and stuff for like the people that live down in Verde, going that direction, because you're gonna have to be leveling a lot or people parking on a slope, in the winter time or something like that going on. So I'm not sure there's really that much development land, and it's great to hear that he's cutting back on the process, on the development, whatever, because I don't think there really is that much room for as much as what was initially stated. One other thing also is there's a lot of land, a lot of area south of there of Mark in that same development. It's already been leveled, and I think just kind of like behind the houses that were built, that were supposed to be, I think at some point, someone said there's supposed to be some townhomes or something down through there. I'm just kind of wondering, why is the property already just kind of leveled and then nothing happens, for years? Kind of like what happened like on Phillip, and I just drove down the hill over here and, another inch of topsoil has just come off of that hill because it was totally leveled and then now it's not developed. So I just kind of am concerned with with the process of things of like, why are they allowed to go ahead and just kind of like just take out, the natural terrain out and flatten it and then have it just be sitting there for years on end where nothing really happens. So I'm just kind of curious why developer really isn't already just developing what's already been cleared. There is property back there that's already been leveled, cleared out. So one more thing is, a couple more things. Yeah, it's just for the need of apartments. Yes, it is desperate. I'm sure there's a lot of people are going to say we need these apartments. There's so much land in Gallup. You go on East Gallup, East Aztec, and there are those wide open lots that are for sale. They're flat. They can be just developed beautifully to some nice apartments, luxury, and just really bring some great housing in there where there's a wide open artery right there, Aztec or Patton, or right next to 66, where there's not going to be a traffic issue, where there's not going to be an issue of developing on a huge slope, where, you're not trying to change the zoning, whatever, from a, nice residential area to, something of multifamily. So, I mean, there's so much property, that's east or west, or even going north, up there, whatever, just behind Safeway. I mean, it was beautiful areas for a lot. I mean, just a lot of land there just to build some apartments. You're right there next to the malls and a lot of arteries there. The streets already built just for that. One last thing is what was disconcerting last time was, I'm not really sure if the gentleman was here that owned the house that was, had a drainage issue. I guess the city had, Ahmad, resurface the land up there, just the dirt, just for runoff. And then the gentleman that was here last time said that he has that house, that small house for this, on the south, for the south over there. I guess where they rearranged all the land, now all the water was coming into his property and into his foundation. So he had to go spend thousands to rearrange the dirt around his house to keep the water out of his house after they kind of, rearranged the dirt. And I thought, why was he spending the thousands of dollars? Why didn't the developer take care of that, kind of go back there and resurface it and clean things up? Or where was the staff here to say, well, wait, this is not your problem. We're the one that told you to go remove the dirt around. Now you're having to spend thousands to keep it out of your property. So I just didn't see the public service right there to that gentleman that invested in a home in that area. Like what happened where he's having to spend all this money to rearrange things. So the city kind of failed him. I think maybe the developer, if I'm hearing the story correctly, I'm not sure if he's here tonight. Anyway, but all those issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I comment on that or?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rinaldi, I don't have a question, but I did learn from the traffic analysis provided that you can go online and create an account at NMDOT and their geographical information hub, and you can find their numbers, their counts for every road in Gallup. And there is a counter at the end of Mark Avenue, and that's the states. So I was just, as a point of clarification for you, in case.
I
I'm
think
not sure which counter you saw, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
It was further past that intersection.
Okay. And the traffic on Martinelli is 342.
What's that?
342 vehicles per year.
Oh, wow.
Just
Okay.
looked up for you.
Okay. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? Thank you. Ma'am, sorry I missed you, but
Sorry, I feel like that's my fault.
that's all right.
I'm Tiffany Benson, if you guys don't know me. My family's lived here for several generations. I've been here for about 10, 12 years. I own the coffee shop downtown. I might have a different perspective than other people, but thank you, Ahmad, for proposing this new one. 70 units is beautiful. In my experience as being like a young woman out in the world, this is the perfect size, perfect placement apartment where you can feel safe but independent. You're in a neighborhood. You're not in a wall of skyrise apartments feeling isolated. I love it. As a member of Gallup, I hear at the coffee shop all the time, day in, day out, where do I find an apartment? Where do I find an apartment? Where do I find an apartment? And these little community input infill apartments are beautiful. They're the perfect thing for what the town needs because we can't really go anywhere out. We're maxed out. We don't want to go up 10, 12, 15 stories. I don't know if you guys know, but I advocated for a building height cap downtown. I don't want tall buildings. I love our small community. These apartments are beautiful. I love it. The townhomes in the front, apartments in the back. I just want to say this is exactly what we need coming from the community that I see, which is a constant, incessant 10-year demand, do you know anyone who has an apartment? I want an apartment. All the apartments are too small. Is there anywhere to get a townhome? I need a 2-bedroom. I need a roommate. I would love to see it. And I just want to say thanks to Ahmad for proposing it. It's beautiful and I love it. And I hope you guys pass it.
Thank you. Commissioner, any questions? All right.
Can I come forward too? But
Yes, yes, if I missed the 4. you were- you were-
I'm right along with what she's talking about with how,
Can you-
oh, sorry, Casey Connell. I'm just a resident up behind the hospital. I live up behind the hospital, right off the beaten path. We get traffic. Everywhere in Gallup during school starts, you get lots of traffic, pretty much everywhere in Gallup. But what I've found, no matter how bad the traffic, I'm only set back 5 minutes in Gallup. So I don't know. And it sounds like there's been reports done and studies that say it'll work and it'll handle it. And then I also hear them talking about things that I don't think should stop the progress of this. I mean, it's his problem to figure out the foundation. He has to make it work, right? You can't build something and just, half bake it and throw it together and, we just did what we wanted. They have to get approval. The city checks things on everything they're doing, right? And for heaven's sakes, you check how thick the drywall is in the building. You think they'll check the foundations. I don't think it should be a thing to hold up. I think he's very aware of the history of mines that go by. Little Sisters is still there. Apparently had a mine shaft right under it. These are all just things that are the builder's problem, but he does have to make it work and he has to do it to code. So those seem like weird worries of people to put on. If the builder wants to do it, the builder can do it. I have a lot of employees that could benefit so much from not a low income, but not a high income either. For heaven's sakes, if you look at the market to buy a house in Gallup, it's not cheap and it's not easy. And it's hard for my employees to try to find a place where they can live and feel like they have a nice place to live and enjoy where they are. I've been in Gallup for 13 years and I'm kind of sick of, I feel like it's always red tape that stops us, from actually building it. Or they'll say, yeah, you can kind of go ahead with something, but then it never happens because it just gets, it's like we don't want Gallup to be nice. We have apartments, but they're beat up. There's a real beautiful apartment place, I think, put down just on Ford Canyon. I didn't feel any impact on traffic when that one happened, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's a nice little beautiful building in Gallup. There are apartments that maybe could use a poke from the city saying maybe you should update and make it look nicer, but to put in a brand new apartment complex that looks beautiful, not low income, but a nice place for somebody to settle down and live, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a teacher, whether you're just a lifetime person that's lived in Gallup, trying to leave the home of your parents and find a nice place to land and live. What a beautiful spot to be, and I'm not taking a shot on, I understand if you live right by where it's coming, maybe you're worried about it, but it feels odd that we talk about how, think about Gallup. Well, it sounds like we're thinking about a couple houses in Gallup. We're talking about people of Gallup that can't find a nice place to live and creating a ton of nice places for them to live and a respectable place to go and live. And we talk about 2 ways to exit from that area. Well, that's not true. I live at Mariana and I use those 2 streets a lot, and that's kind of out of my way. I could go Boardman, I can go down Najoni, and they can go out, they can go down Burke, they can go backtrack and go down Ford, they can head up to the hospital area. I mean, everyone makes it sound like the only option when you leave that apartment complex is that you're going down those 2 streets. That's not true. It's not true. Are they supposed to raise their hand to talk, or can I talk?
Casey, one more.
Okay, one more minute. I just, we need to improve Gallup, guys. I'm sick of seeing Gallup, just sit and all we do as a city is I feel like we get mad and tell people to pull their weeds, which does need to happen. I mean, we do it on Asazi all the time. We pull our weeds, but I would love to see new homes, new buildings, nice subdivisions. There's a beautiful, nice subdivision behind my house behind the Jiffy Lube. It's a great place to be. I know I'm taking too much time, but
You're,
what a good place to be. You know, Gallup's so small, you know, sorry, it takes maybe 6 minutes instead of 5 minutes because they built a beautiful subdivision for people to have a home. I think it's a good thing to be.
any questions for Mr. Canal? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Neil Butler. Gallup needs houses. Period. The purpose of what this is tonight is to make it where you're changing the planning and zoning where they can potentially build multifamily instead of single family. Everything going down what they're gonna build, how they're gonna build it, goes down the next steps. This is the beginning process. If you don't pass it, then they can't build something. You can't go down these steps. This is not in my backyard. Allow them to go through the process and take the steps. Everybody knows where my business is. I'm affected too. So let the process happen. Thank you.
Mr. Butler. I see no one. Okay. Since we're through that, I almost hate to ask, but any other interested parties? Okay, the hearing is now closed. Can I have a motion to approve or deny case number 26-006-00003? If there's any discussion needed between commission at this time, this would be between ourselves. Not for public comment, but if there's anything needed at this time. If not, we need a motion.
This one to discuss this point, the reason that we're there. Just for some explanation, once we make this decision that it's multifamily high. Then basically we've lost all control over what actually happens there. If he comes back and says, that fell through. Here's what I could do as far as I understand. As long as it's multifamily high. This 4-bedroom can become, or this 4-story apartment building can become anything. We have basically scratching on napkins right now as to what's gonna be built. And that's why we're against housing. Everybody knows we need it here. But in that area and with that, neighborhood, we totally lose control once we make this decision. And so that's my concern at this point.
Other commissioners, any other discussion points?
Mr. Paul, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Commissioner Hayes?
Well, as I understand, I mean, any kind of multi-family housing is gonna require a development plan if there's more than a certain number of units, and I don't remember what that threshold is, but there's gonna have to be a development plan. Sounds like there's gonna have to be a subdivision proposal, which will probably need to come back to us. And any kind of development is gonna have to comply with all applicable building code and development requirements of our land development standards. So I'm not sure that I understand the concern that and maybe you mean just this body, not necessarily the city collectively is the we. But there's a lot more, as Mr. Butler pointed out, there's a lot more steps of approval that would be required beyond a zoning change.
And the big one would be subdivision if the lot is subdivided due to the townhouses. There's gonna be setbacks, requirements, things of that nature, which may or may not take up space. But that is all true. And that's why I brought up the townhouses. But Commissioner Eason?
Yeah, I was just gonna agree with both of my fellow commissioners that our job here is to determine if multifamily residential high is an appropriate use for this land. And I appreciate the traffic analysis that was provided. I understand it's not a full traffic impact study. That was the most salient issue the last time a proposal for this rezoning came before us. I feel confident that this analysis plus my own armchair analysis, which I can explain, the determination is that traffic will not be significantly negatively increased or negatively impacted on Mark. It will go with the flow. That's my armchair now. This analysis made sense to me. I looked up the school zoning. Any kid living in the proposed apartments or on those lots in that area would be zoned for Red Rock Elementary, Miyamura High School, and JFK. And so in the mornings, they'd be turning right to go west. And in the afternoons, they'd be coming home and turning left when there was not so much oncoming traffic to compete with. I thought of a comparable, which is the Orleans Apartments on Boardman. I tried to get a figure for how many apartments are there. It's over 100. I looked up on the New Mexico Department of Transportation Geographical Information Hub how many cars, their count for average annual daily traffic on Boardman is over, it's almost 8,000, so 8 times the estimate for Mark Avenue. I drive Boardman multiple times a day, and I've had to stop maybe once in the last 6 months for someone turning left into Orleans Apartments. So I think, you know, regardless of the specific project, our purpose is to determine if multifamily residential high will be to the benefit of the public or if it will be to the detriment. And I wanted to make sure I got the figures right for Mr. Hayes or Commissioner Hayes, but the housing study said that by 2025, we should have built 80 new market rate apartments. So that's obviously last year. And I don't know what the actual figure is, maybe 50. So we have a lot of, yeah, we're very, we know we're very, very far behind. And I think that's a huge consideration, and the largest concern presented last time by the public was traffic, and I do believe that has been addressed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? If not, may we have a motion?
I motion to approve, I've lost my agenda, forgive me. Item 2. Do I have to say more? Do I have to say the whole thing? Case number 26-006-00003.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Secretary, roll call?
Commissioner Eason,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Cresto,
No.
Commissioner Spuller,
No.
Commissioner Ezell,
Yes.
Chairman Long. Yes,
Yes.
you have to vote.
Oh.
Chairman Long,
No. That's why I said that.
so the item was tied, so denied, but there is a 10-day.
The reason for some of this is not necessarily that denial. There is a protest period of that could be taken up as well, and I believe it's a 10-day protest period. Appeal period, I'm sorry. One thing that I'd like to note is there is other designations, multifamily medium. There is other multifamily ones, and the only reason is if you look at our statutes and what's in the multifamily high, that ceiling is way up there. So just from the commission's point of view, we're going off of, and we're split on this one, but we're going off of what the land development standards have. And so I know we're split on this one, but I wanted to make the appeal period out there and advisable, so if needed. But we appreciate it, and we're gonna move on. So we are now moving on to case number 3, item number 3. Just case number 26-006-00004. Request by Harry Adstan, Convolt Manufacturing LLC on behalf of Gallup Land Partners LLC, property owner for rezoning certain identified tracts of land from rural holding zone to industrial zone district containing a total of 622.2077 acres more or less. The property is generally located approximately 5.19 miles west of US 491 along and north of Carbon Gold Road, more particularly described by the meets and bounds description in your agenda. Staff, what do you have to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, section 10-5-B-D-I-5A of the City of Gallup Land Development Standards states that amendments to the official zoning map which involve a particular area of land may be made by council on its own motion or the request of the Planning and Zoning Commission or by the landowner himself, so long as they own 51% or more. I won't read the entire thing because I'd be repeating myself. In this case, I'm sorry, Gallup Land Partners LLC represents 100% of ownership of the property and therefore is proposing the rezone to come before the request to come before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Subject property is currently zoned rural holding zone. When we annexed this property a year ago or so, we annexed 4,800 acres. All of that acreage was zoned rural holding zone, and the reason for that is there is no development. We rezone accordingly when proposed development comes to the table. This is the first one. So subject property is a zoned rural holding zone and consists of a section of land containing 622.2077 acres, more or less. Property owner wishes to rezone the properties from rural holding zone to industrial I in order to allow for development of a heavy manufacturing facility. Said facility will manufacture a range of solar components. Section 10-5-B-D-I-4 of the City of Gallup Land Development Standards lists zoning map amendment criteria. Copy of that criteria is in your agenda packet for your review. The applicant submits that they meet the following criteria. One, due to the changing circumstances of land use in the area, the proposed zoning district would be better suited to the area than the existing zoning district. Number two, the land area within the rural holding zone district designation has become appropriate for urban development because of availability of public utilities and services as well as the needs of the public. And number three, the social, economic, or environmental interests of the public good would be better served by the proposed district than the existing one. Planning and Zoning Commission shall determine whether or not the proposed request for zoning map amendment meets the amendment criteria submitted based on evidence presented and testimony heard. Task Force has reviewed this request. Their comments are in your agenda packet for your review. It is in the findings of staff that the applicant has met the minimum requirements of section 10-5-B-DI-4, which is zoning map amendment criteria. They have submitted the required information, has paid all fees necessary in order to testify before the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission shall now determine whether or not the proposed request for zoning map amendment from rural holding zone to industrial for the property as described by meets and bounds description meets the minimum requirements founded on zoning map amendment criteria for the zoning map amendment based on the evidence presented and testimony heard. If resolution RP 2026-9 for zoning map amendment from rural holding zone to industrial is approved, the rezoned property shall be subject to compliance with all regulations of the industrial zone district. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Yes, Lee, would you mind pulling up the map?
What's the page number, please?
3. I think it's 3. I was talking about the survey. Oh, was that on the next time? No.
Are you looking at the colored map?
Yeah.
Or the annexation plat?
The 3-9. 3-10. 2-10, probably a better.
Okay, we have the annexation plat here.
Yes. Commission, any questions for staff at this point? Kind of a hard one to see because it's so big, but, Mr. Shane, do you mind explaining when that piece of property was annexed and what's to the north, what's to the south of the annexed, city of Gallatin land?
The property was annexed, what's the date on the map?
January 2025.
January of 2025. To the north of the annexed area is McKinley County. And to the south also is McKinley County. So it's kind of right in the middle. The area that we're talking about tonight is this section of land minus the corner here that encompasses this area here. And there is a railroad spur here.
Thank you for just explaining. I want to make sure everybody knows where we're at. Commission, any questions for staff? Thank you. You can see the. Anyone wishing to speak in favor, please come to the microphone at this time and state your name.
Sure. My name is Harry Atchison. I'm the president and CEO of Commonwealth Energy that made the proposal to your commissioners on the rezoning. Our focus is advanced manufacturing on the site. It's a heavy manufacturing site that will produce solar cells, solar panels, solar glass. It's an advanced manufacturing site. And over the next 18 months from the day we groundbreak, it's 900 jobs. The average wage is close to 69,000, close to 70,000 per annum. And you've got a range of functions from automation to logistics to transportation, all of that. And I want to make sure that we are clear because there is a lot of noise. This is an advanced manufacturing site. So the cells that we produce are for ground mount solar and for space-based solar over the next 24 to 36 months. The solar modules and solar glass, rather than import solar glass, the country today does not make any glass. We import them all from Asia. We want to make that here. So it's an advanced manufacturing site, 900 jobs. Time period is 24 months for full, complete installation. We've got a pretty strong team to execute. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do, I feel like we're skipping ahead to item number 4. We can't do that. But I did, Mr. Atchison.
Yep.
I'm aware of a circumstance that has relevance in this case and out of a commitment to a fair process and fairness to you in particular in this instance. I wanted to bring it up. Perhaps you already know about it and have deemed it not to be an issue. In case not, I do feel an obligation to raise it with you. Recently, I think in the last month, the mayor has declared effluent option agreements that have not been procured through the city's official procurement process to be invalid. And I understand that the annexation, GLP petitioned the city for annexation on the basis of its effluent option agreement, which I know was not procured through the procurement process. And I'd imagine that you're here tonight because you believe you have a viable project on the basis of that agreement as well. And so my question, to put it in the form of a question, I wonder if you would be before us tonight if you knew the city's, the stance the city has recently taken on effluent option agreements and the challenge that the city is posing to ones like yours.
I'm not aware of that specific discussion. All I know is I've got a rezoning application here pertaining to effluent. What I understand is there was a GLP agreement. And as per our acquisition agreement of the land, the GLP agreement comes along with it. That's all I know. I've not gone into any of the other details because that is not what I'm doing right now on the zoning phase. I think that is more of an operational issue. And we have to get to that at some point, but as far as I know, this application is about zoning. I guess the next one is conditional use, but I'm not aware of any of the other issues. All I do know is there's an agreement, and as per our acquisition, the agreement comes along with that acquisition. That's all I know at the moment.
Yeah, it's for you to determine. I just feel obligated to let you know that the city has deemed effluent option agreements like the one that GLP has invalid because they were not procured through the official
So
procurement process.
then they need to officially notify me that that's the case. So I don't, I'll get to that.
Just felt a duty to raise it with you so that you are aware.
That's fair enough.
Mr. Hutchinson's, voice be louder. To the microphone or.
Sure. Commission, any other questions for Mr. Hatchton? Okay, I do have, one comment or a question. What we're talking about, just so we're clear, item number 3 is for a rezone from rural holding zone to industrial for this area. Item number 4 is a conditional use permit within what's allotted within an industrial use area. So just to be clear, this is just to get it out of rural holding zone. Our code states that development cannot occur in a rural holding zone. It needs to be zoned correctly before you can continue to build. So that's what item 3 is about. If there's no more questions, is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this item tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening. My name is Patty Lundstrom. I serve as the Executive Director for the Greater Gallup Economic Development Corporation. As you just stated, I'm here to talk about and to support the change of zoning from rural holding to industrial. For the last 4 years or longer, actually, I've been participating in a long-range planning effort for trade port development. And certainly I was here and supported the annexation of this property. I think we have an opportunity for growth. And of course, the purpose is in my mind to have this property available is for the attraction of economic based employers. That means industry. And what has always been awkward for us when we've looked at that piece, when we're out talking to companies and going to trade shows, most site selectors do their own research anyway. So when we talk about these areas and they see something that says rural holding zone, that's a hard thing to explain, particularly because it's inside the city. So from my position, I'd like to support this change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lundstrom? You're good. No question.
Mr. Chair, Commission, Robert Baca again. Just in reference to this and support here. Again, as you stated, we're here to look at this for a specific reason. It's not based on any other agreements between the city and this gentleman and his company. We need to be looking at this as far as a change, as Patty talked about. We got to change the area in there. Because if we don't, we're not going to bring in any manufacturing. We talked earlier about making a change for living requirements here. I agree with that. I'm in favor of building new things. But if we don't make those changes, nothing's going to happen. This area right here, again, we want to look at changing it, rezoning it for manufacturing, for industry. So I think with this commission here, there's great minds and you guys will make the right decision. I think everybody here wants to see Gallup grow. So let's look at this and let's see what we can do. You're either going to have to change it tonight or change it for somebody else when they come in and petition you. This is a start. Whether this gentleman makes it work or not, again, that's going to be up to him to make it work. So I just ask that you look at this and think about it. So thank you.
Commission, any questions for Mr. Baca? I do have one.
Yes, sir.
The Carbon Road, how long ago was that constructed?
I believe it's been about 5-6 years, Pat. Am I correct?
And
Somewhere in that.
when there were studies done at that point that highlighted this area for industrial.
Or industry, yes, industrial,
And that's what kind of pushed the funding for the road.
correct, in order to move this trade port forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone wishing, anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this? Aye. Thank you. If you wish to speak against this item, please come to the microphone or the podium and state your name. Okay, come on up.
Hello, Abigail Littlefield. I'm so sorry. This
Did you
is
say your name one more time?
Abigail Littlefield. Yeah, my bad. This is my first time at a planning and zoning commission meeting. And I just wanted to clarify that I can only testify once, right? And that, so like, if I were to testify on number 3, I wouldn't be able to testify on number 4?
You, once per item.
Oh, once per item?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I will submit a testimony. Again, I apologize. I'm 25. I'm still learning everything, but Abigail Littlefield, longtime residents. I'm trying to wrap my head around zoning and understanding that. And I recognize that there is space for manufacturing, solar cell manufacturing. But where my concern is the data center that is utilized to support this work. Trust me, Indigenous community, poor community of Gallup. I understand we need the development. I understand we need the jobs. I understand the money that we need for this. But the data center is what highly concerns me. And I have looked up into how other people have brought into this. And it's like, I'm kind of wondering if you have considered like a buffer zone. I know IHS is planning to build like a new hospital, and that's about 5 miles away from it. And I did read up on like other cities creating like buffer zones to protect the residents there, the hospitals there. So just offering that piece of insight from someone who's younger, who has like a lot of concerns with the environmental impact from the data center that they would use. Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, sorry. That was.
Oh, you done?
Do I have
Do
to
we have any questions, commission? No,
Thank
CB.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order, the action tonight is just for a rezone.
Correct.
We're gonna get to the actual use, conditional use permit on the next item, but data center is not part of it, so just to clarify, that's not
Yeah, and
on the agenda.
and
tonight.
to make one more for zoning, our zoning code does have for industrial and heavy commercial and general commercial, we do have buffer zones and different things like that addressed in the code. So there is things depending on what type of zoning you have, of regulations you have to follow for those reasons. So just for clarification. Anyone else wishing to speak against this rezoning from rural holding to industrial?
I'm sorry, we only have 2 choices, either for or against. So I guess I am temporarily against doing this because it would be maybe the only way to hesitate and study more about this whole thing. So I don't know any, because of what you just said, to go into the use portion, but I've been talking with other communities before us. There are at least 3, maybe more. And they've all had trouble with this company. But it's not unfamiliar. It's like also the administration of this city and maybe Oh, hi. I didn't know you were part of this. I wish I can meet you all someday, so I know who I'm talking to. The way of behavior so far with the citizens, like myself, is mostly silence. So it leaves us not knowing things. So I'm going to mention this now. When the idea was first presented, there were three things. There was the solar panel manufacturing, a data center, and piping from a desalination plant on the Gulf of Mexico, on the Gulf of California, to bring drinking water up here through pipes, which sent me on 30 or 40 hours of research to evaluate all of these items. And I don't want to have my time wasted, but I've done the best I can. I think the pattern has been that Convault has suggested, like proposed things, and then certain items disappear. That seems to be what's happening here. The current PDF that I've obtained about the plan does not include a data center, but I bet you it's going to be done because that was a major part of the initial proposal. I know that the IDE Technologies, an Israeli company, has done extensive research in proposing desalination water for Arizona. And that project is now defunct. I don't know why Convault would think that they could resurrect that without telling us. And well, unless they've already discussed this with the people that, like Patty and Mark DePauli and Frank Giappetti. There's probably been 2 or 4 years of talks and research, not privy to us. So we're left kind of anxious and maybe a little bit angry of the silence. This has happened in the other towns also, and eventually just clearing out, going on to another town, and leaving me wondering whether I'm wasting my time. And I would hope that you would wonder also. So I'm appealing to you in this section 3 to pause here, do not approve it yet, and to appeal to your own authority. You've been serving your community for most of your lives, and you have a record. You wouldn't want to make a major mistake if this is one, and kind of go back on everything that you've done so far and have your legacy be tarnished in that manner. So it's not just a matter of rezoning, it's the timing of the rezoning and knowing how much pressure Patty Lundstrom is going to apply to all of you if you don't do it, and to the city council. And, you know, she's powerful and she has ways of convincing people. But if we're going to stay true to ourselves and we're going to live in this desert as it is, with all the wildlife and the plants and the trees, and not besmirch it and not crush it with a gigantic, enormous plant that's going to crush everything and affect our lives, our air, our water, and our land, and our health for years to come. And I know you've already addressed all of this. And I've locked eyes with you and I see a mind that works like mine. And that's why I offered you my card a month ago for more dialogue and brainstorming how to come up with a really wonderful plan for this community, because I think you are uniquely qualified to do this. But I haven't heard, Larry Wynn, Robin hasn't heard either.
Sir,
We're ready. Okay.
can you restate your name?
I never did.
I know.
I got nervous. It's Chris Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you.
Um,
And I'm almost done.
no problem. The one thing to keep in mind is, item 3, and then we'll go on to item 4, but it is the rezoning just for industrial,
Okay,
not the use.
okay. So I'm probably done. I would like to leave the land as it is at this point before I'm convinced otherwise. I'll probably have to do another 20 or 30 hours of research to figure that out. But I think it's beautiful the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Any questions for Mr. Kenny? I hope you don't feel like I was shooing you away. I just.
No, I'm gonna faint from fright anyway, so.
Anyone else wishing to speak against this case, please come to the podium at this time. If not, is there? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I do not live within the city boundaries of Gallup, but I do come from, I'm sorry, my name is Pauline McCabe. I've worked and lived in the community of Manulito chapter. And most of my relatives have worked in and around the city. And I'm concerned. I'm not exactly sure where this mapping is, but as we're all aware, we did have carbon coal throughout the areas. And my relatives worked in those coal mines. And where my concern is that I know they talked about going deep down underground. And if this is the area that I'm thinking about where they worked, then this zoning is not a good area to the way I'm seeing it, because of us seeing the highway getting fixed up north of through in that area. It keeps caving in, they keep sinking. So with this area being in that precarious manner, then I'm concerned about that. If this data center, I'm sorry that I'm going to mention it, but it weighs a lot, and any building, common sense would tell you they weigh a lot. And if it's an industrial area that we're looking at, I'm seeing big buildings, and I know we don't want to stack up buildings, but then the weight of these things is not going to be very stable for the area. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cade.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Thompson, and I have been in Gallup for a little over 30 years. I live in the Mentmore neighborhood. I've been there since 1998. I lived there with my parents who are retired. My father worked for the city for many years. Both my parents are in the utility business. Highly educated. I come from a educated background. I've heard about water my whole life because of my father. And so, of course, this is very important to me because of where I live, particularly. I guess my concern, or my biggest issue, is the fact that I feel a huge lack of transparency from the city. I went to a meeting at Turpin Elementary School on Monday, and there was a flyer that was put out by the city, and it says, Mentmore neighborhood residents, Monday night, 6 p.m. till Turpin Elementary, gives the address, and then it says, the topic is encroachment, easement, and Mentmore Railroad crossing on County Road 1. And I was like, hey, mom and dad, let's go check it out, you know? And my parents are like busy. I have kids. We decided to me go represent everybody, go sit in the meeting, just hear what it's about, because we live there. We want to know what's going on. To my surprise, there was a topic that was not set on that flyer, and it was the presentation of Convolt. And I was really taken back. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I thought we were talking about railroad crossings and electricity projects. Yeah, fine. But where did this come from and why wasn't it on the flyer? Because if it were, I can guarantee you there would have been way more neighbors that showed up there. And some of them didn't even see the flyer. There's not a lot of, output on information of when, where these meetings are. Again, I feel like there's a lack of transparency. If I wasn't on Facebook, if I wasn't already on YouTube, then I wouldn't even know. And, a lot of people who live here, especially in Minton-Moore, are elderly. A lot of them are not up to times when it comes to smartphones and all that stuff. I just feel bombarded when stuff like that happens. And another thing that struck me as irritating in a sense is just the fact that he got up there and started saying, your economy is bad. You guys are like this. Like, we're here to save you. You cannot prosper without us. And it just felt really condescending, you know what I mean? And I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing elderly people, Native Navajo people. I mean, like, it just felt like, I hate, for lack of a better term, colonizer energy. We're coming in here. You cannot prosper without us. We cannot build solar panels without a data center. We cannot build batteries without a data center. And this is the way it has to be. And everybody, I mean, like, not a lot of people, there wasn't tons of pushback, but I was immediately irritated by the way I was spoken to. I was irritated by the lack of transparency. And I took it upon myself to Google map this area. I've been back there several times. I've walked the trail. I walked from Minton-Moore to Gomerco several times. I've even rode my bike on it. For one, I would hate to be on that beautiful trail and have to see freaking industrial covering up all that. And not only that, but there's a chapter on this side, there's a chapter on this side, there's reservation north of there. I mean, like, when and where are we going to discuss this with the Navajo Nation and those surrounding chapters? I looked on Google Maps and I saw hogans and stuff in that area. I mean, when was that Google map taken? I don't know. Are those hogans gone? I don't know. What is an annexation? Did those people have to move? Are they going to have to move? Are there houses and farms near the area? I mean, like, these are all the questions that I have. And I've grown up back there. I've been back there, so I know exactly how it looks. And those are just the things, like, I guess when it comes to the zoning in the area, those are, and what the city has done when it comes to informing the public thus far. Those are the things that are concerning me right now.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Questions for Ms. Thompson? Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak against this case, please come to the podium, and if not, any other comments from anybody else on this are welcome at this time.
Hi, my name is Adam Rutherford. I've lived in Gallup my entire life since 1998. I just have a short comment here to reflect what other people have said. That being, and not to even address what the zoning what will happen with the rezoning, but industry requires water. We don't have it. And we talk a lot about how poor Gallup is, but it gets a lot poorer when the water goes away, and we don't have a lot of it in the first place, and things like this pollute the water base. It's well documented with things like data centers, even though this isn't the data center, that it pollutes the water, it takes too much, and it leaves the community high and dry when the resources run out. Thank you.
Hi, Martin O'Malley, Gallup Land Partners. I just wanted to clarify a couple of comments. First of all, the meeting the other night at Mentmore, that was a last-minute invitation by Councilor Ron Molina. I apologize if Ms. Thompson felt like she was blindsided by this, but the city councilor asked us to go there, give a short presentation about what's going on. So we thought it was helpful in that regard. And the other thing, Mr. Kenny, I appreciate his comments about the nature out there and everything, but it really is private property. It's not public land that we're talking about out there that there's an obligation to preserve. And we've done a lot of work with the city and the county. We established the easement for the trail. We're working on other trail outdoor recreation areas as well. And finally, to Commissioner Eason, regarding the effluent agreement, we do have an effluent agreement that is valid, that GLP inherited from the Gamerco Associates, and the plan is not to transfer that to Convault, but rather to work with them through GLP to market that effluent water. And so I believe that the agreement, there is an effluent line in place. It's been there since it was used in the coal mining activity, and we inherited that when the owner purchased the property.
I'm not challenging any of that, Mr. O'Malley, but the mayor did declare that any effluent option agreement not procured through the procurement process to be invalid. That's the current stance of the city.
Okay, this isn't a procurement. It's grandfathered and it's already owned.
And he's challenging the validity of those types of agreements.
And there was one other item I wanted to address. I can't recall whose comment that was on at this point, but I'll come back up for item number 4 and perhaps address it then. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Steve Kennedy. I'm a lifelong resident of Gallup. The area in question was part of my grandfather's ranch about 90 years ago. But the perspective I want to present to you isn't regarding being in favor or against. It's regarding some issues that I think you're completely missing. And I'm going to present this as a former state representative. I served as the chairman of the House Energy and Natural Resources Committee, served on 9 interim water committees, and I was also the chairman of the City Water and Power Board. So the things that go through my mind that I don't know if you're considering, one is the Gallup Navajo Water Project. That was approved for 7,500 acre feet. My recollection is that the city of Gallup has about a 3,000 acre foot usage per day. Or excuse me, a 3,000 acre foot usage. I don't know how much more of the water is going to Window Rock or Crown Point or other areas, but the water issue is going to come into effect in some of these projects that you've been talking about for the last 2 hours. Another issue has to do with the long-term power contract that the city has. We negotiated a 10-year contract back in the 90s, and I know that's been extended several times. So the question there is, how much power usage will these additional facilities require compared to what the power contract provides for? The third issue has to do with the different water supplies. And in terms of infrastructure, I think we've all been experiencing water shutdowns and problems with the sewer lines. Some of the water lines in the city were put in when I was a little kid.
they're wearing out. So we have new facilities coming in that will require additional upgrades to our infrastructure. And I just wanted to present this because I haven't heard you in the last 2 hours really talk about any of it. Water, power, infrastructure, they're all relevant. Thank you for your consideration and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy? Thank you. Okay. The hearing is now closed. Can I have a motion to approve or deny case number 26-006-0004? There's any other additional discussion amongst commissioners, not with public, now to the desk.
Mr. Chair, a motion to approve the change of the zoning to industrial.
We have a motion of approval. Second. We have a second. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Commissioner Ezell,
Yes.
Commissioner Kretzow,
Yes.
Commissioner Spoller,
Yes.
Commissioner Eason.
Yes, can I explain, Mr.
Yes.
Chair? I would, I just want to assure everyone who spoke, if you look at the use table in the land development standards, the permissible uses for industrial, use by right, or right by you, what's it? Use by right, use by right, thank you. Are like, light manufacturing, anything above that is a conditional use permit required. Parks and open spaces, greenhouses, cannabis is on there, tap rooms. And so the industrial, I think it's kind of a misnomer. I'm not the expert in the room. But heavy industry is not actually a use by right for the industrial zone, and that's why my vote is yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to item number 4, which is case number 26. Yes.
Can we have a motion for a
I'll
recess?
a 5-minute recess.
Motion.
Second?
Second. Thank you. Motion 5 minutes. I'm just ready to move on. I was. Hey, how are you? Oh, yeah. Very good. Very good. Yeah, how are you? Yeah. It was 4:30. It was August. It's like meant to be a full blown. Your daughter or something, you know? Yeah. In advance, yeah. Yeah, I see everybody. Remember that one time? Great. Yeah, it's great. I'm like, that's a nice overdose. Yeah, it looks like really good. So, Great settlement, but yeah, my settlement. Gotta do it. I think it's up to people. Yeah. I know. I will, yeah. Really get down in the street there. They made We got them all the time. Oh, yeah. Dying. Cost. I need to be fresh air also. We got 1 minute countdown, 1 minute. Oh, I appreciate it. Okay.
Somebody took.
Hey,
I'm
trying to say
anything to drink? Have Gatorade or Dr. Pepper?
Yeah. CB.
Thank you. And everything but water.
432, longest one. Okay. How do we come back? Could you close that? Okay, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. Madam Secretary, can we have roll call of the commission? Yes.
Chairman Long,
Here.
Commissioner Cresto,
Here.
Commissioner Spoler,
Yes.
Commissioner Spoler,
Yes.
Commissioner Ezell,
Yes.
Commissioner Eason,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes.
Here.
Okay, on to item 4, case number 26-007-00004. Request by Harry Atchison Cobalt Manufacturing LLC on behalf of Gallup Land Partners LLC, property owner, for a conditional use permit to allow manufacturing heavy in the industrial zone district. The property is generally located approximately 5.19 miles west of US 491 along and to the north of Carbon Cove Road, more particularly described as a meets and bounds description in the agenda. Staff, what do you have to present?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since a conditional use may only be appropriate at certain locations within this particular zone district, and with additional safeguards or conditions to mitigate negative impacts on the surrounding area, it is the board's responsibility to exercise proper discretion in granting permission for such uses. Use table 10-3-1 of the City of Gallup Land Development Standards lists a manufacturing heavy use located within the industrial zone district as a conditional use, and as such is required to obtain approval of a conditional use permit prior to operation. The applicant wishes to develop a heavy manufacturing land use on said property. Heavy manufacturing is permitted as a conditional use within the industrial zone district, again, per use table 10-3-1. The heavy manufacturing use will consist of the following operations. Phase 1 will be solar cells. These are heterojunction solar cells and possibly TOPCon solar cells for utility scale solar. It is possible that the facility will also manufacture solar cells for space-based applications. Number 2 of phase 1 is solar modules. These are solar modules, also called solar panels, for utility scale solar farms and for commercial, industrial, and residential use. Phase 2 of the development will consist of solar wafers. Wafers are produced from silicon ingots, and these wafers are the input for the solar cells produced at the factory. Number 4, next is solar glass that is the front glass and the back glass on the solar module or solar panel. 5 is sodium ion batteries. This is under planning and very possible, but it requires feedstock and strategy. And encapsulants and aluminum or carbon fiber frames for the solar modules, solar panels. If approved, the heavy manufacturing use shall comply with all regulations regulating the heavy manufacturing uses within the industrial zone district. Section 10-5-B-D-32 conditional use criteria sets forth 8 criteria listing acceptable grounds for requesting and granting conditional use permit. That must be met. The conditional use criteria are included in your agenda packet as Exhibit A for your for your review. The applicant's statement demonstrating compliance with section 10-5-B-D32, which is the conditional use permit criteria, again, is included in your agenda packet as Exhibit B for your review. If approved, the following conditions shall be met along with any additional conditions the board deems necessary in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public and the city. Those conditions are as follows. A, the developer shall submit all required documents for site development approval for said manufacturing use prior to development. B, the developer shall comply with all requirements relating to said manufacturing use as specified in the City of Gallup Land Development Standards. C, the developer shall provide any and all material safety data sheets and disclose all materials and chemicals used in the manufacturing process. D, the developer shall provide operations plans showing effluent water usage, and hazardous waste disposal. And E, the developer shall not under any circumstances discharge hazardous waste of any kind into the city's wastewater collection system or dispose of hazardous waste of any kind on site. And again, based on the testimony you hear, you can add to those conditions if you feel the need. City of Gallup Task Force has reviewed and commented on this request. Copies of the task force comments are included in your agenda packet for your review. It is the findings of staff that the applicant has met the minimum requirements of section 10-5-B-D-3, which is the conditional uses section, has submitted the required information and has paid all fees necessary in order to testify before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Planning and Zoning Commission shall determine whether or not the proposed request for conditional use permit to develop a heavy manufacturing land use within the industrial zone district has met the minimum requirements necessary to develop said use. The Planning and Zoning Commission shall also determine if the heavy manufacturing land use will be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the general welfare of the city. Finally, the Planning and Zoning Commission shall vote to approve or deny the application for a conditional use permit to develop a heavy manufacturing land use within the industrial zone district based on the information submitted, evidence presented, and testimony heard. If resolution number RP 2026-10 is approved, all conditions set forth in resolution RP 2026-10 shall be complied with and maintained for the life of said heavy manufacturing use. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commission, any questions for staff?
I have one, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Eason?
Just want confirmation, CB, that I'm correct, that a conditional use permit carries with the land and not with the applicant or the project.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Eason, you are correct. The conditional use permit is for the particular use. So if the use changes hands, say the owner sells it to another party, as long as that use stays intact, the conditional use permit will carry with that for the life of the use.
Any other questions for Mr. Strain? Thank you, CB. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this case, please approach the podium and state your name.
My name is Harry Atchison again, President and CEO of Convault Energy. And thank you, Commissioners, for listening to our request. So I have very specific comments pertaining to the application, and I have some general comments that I want to address. So with regard to the specific application, this is an application for conditional use. This is a heavy manufacturing site. This is not a data center. I want to make that very clear. We're not a data center. This is an advanced manufacturing shop. We intend on producing solar cells, solar modules in phase 1. And this is a proven process that is prevalent across America and Asia. There are no hazardous wastes that are disposed either through the pipes or through the air. This is fully, contained within the facility. We don't have any issues around hazardous waste going into the air or the water. So phase 1 is execution of solar cells and solar modules. The management team has built 3 factories and executed these, 1 in Phoenix, 2 in Germany. And we expect to grow this business over time. But right now we're focusing on producing solar cells and solar modules in phase 1. With regard to general comments that have been made, we intend on having one large session sometime in September to explain to folks what we're actually looking to do and grow here. A number of times we have had smaller sessions, and what has been explained and disclosed is not what's being reported. There are plenty of people who were there at the Tope Turpin School on Monday. I never acted like a colonizer, nor did I talk about degrading the people. We talked about the benefits of the project and what it delivers to the city and to the state, and how it reduces the overall poverty levels by 2%. The impact of the project reducing the poverty levels by 2%. We didn't create the poverty levels. We're not enhancing the poverty levels. We're here to solve the problem. We're here to provide solutions. I would like to sit with you again. Obviously, I have to run a company, and I'm also here, and we have done a lot trying to communicate and trying to explain to folks and remove this notion that we're a data center and we're not. The same folks that talk about a data center are the ones that are using YouTube and Facebook and posting, and I would love for them to stop. If they don't believe in data, they should not be using their phones and smartphones and YouTube and Facebook, and they should just meet and talk to people. We're committed. Again, as I explained to you earlier, it's 900 jobs. It's $70,000 in average income for the employees. We have a range of functions, and this is high tech. We also expect to serve the space industry as we produce the cells, and we want to build space-based power systems as well. So that's the trajectory. That's the plan. We know we can execute, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Commissioner Carter.
Between phase one, phase two, what kind of timeline are you looking at there? And I'm assuming phase one is like one facility.
Yeah.
And then phase two would require a whole nother setup.
Correct. So phase one will take about 18 to 24 months. Again, we produce our own electricity. We don't take any electricity from the city. And I think there was a comment about, what do we do about electricity? We generate our own electricity. Again, we will deal with the effluent later. That's not today's discussion for us. I think we'll deal with that later, but we will generate our own water from effluent when it becomes available. And 36 months is when, between 24 and 36 months is phase two. A lot of it is also going to be driven by market conditions. If the cost of imports of glass significantly go up, or if tariffs start to be added on, which is great for manufacturers like us, we would want to accelerate that. So a lot of it is going to be driven by market conditions. So 0 to 18 months from financial close to 18 months is phase one. Phase two would be at some point from month 12 onwards, we start planning and saying, okay, where's the market at and where do we go? And that would be phase two. So phase two is glass and wafering, right? So we generate our own, we're not asking for electricity from the city. We're going to contain that ourselves. And if we generate extra, we're happy to provide that into the city at the best price. So we have good intent. We want to execute this for the city. We want to work with the people, and we've committed that all along, right? So I'm here to address any misconceptions. I'm here to answer it. This is our intent, and our intent is very clearly stated on the application. We've clearly talked about what we want to do, and that's where we are.
Commissioner East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we just addressed in the last case, what you're talking about is not a use by right. And as I'm sure you understand, with conditional use permits, our job as a commission is to vet projects like these according to the 9 criteria in the land development standards. Those criteria include determining if a project poses a threat to public health or safety, if it will have an adverse effect on the environment, and if it will be contrary to the public interest. The application that we were provided is pretty scant. Doesn't provide a lot of information for us to be able to apply the standards and make those determinations. So I do have several questions that I would like to get to. But since it's come up a couple of times, I want to start with Mr. Chair. And I don't know if you need or want to bring it up, Ms. Lee, but it's in Exhibit B in the application, a letter from you, Mr. Hutchison, that says that the advanced manufacturing plant and the associated network and data center operations run 24/7, 365. So I don't think it's a misconception on behalf of the public that data center is in the application.
Sure, let me explain what that is. So every machine that we have is connected to a server. So we will have 1,000 machines. So we need a server to run our operations. So those servers, we call them a data center. We're not a big data center shop like a Facebook or whoever. So we have 1,000 machines, and those 1,000 machines all talk to each other. I have an ERP system that runs on site. So payroll, people checking in, they tap into a machine where you record it, or cameras that run through the factory. All the data has to reside somewhere. It resides on a server. So when I talk about associated, it's advanced manufacturing shop and it's associated network and data center, meaning all those machines all the operations are all data. And those data has to be on site. And they have to be on servers on site. So I don't want to get misqualified tomorrow saying you have stacks of servers running your machines. You can't do that anymore because we passed a moratorium on the word data center. I can't run my machines. You can't even post something up unless you have a data network. So again, the definition is advanced manufacturing and its associated network and data center. Meaning I will have stacks of servers on premises where all the machines are connected, people's payroll, attendance, cameras for security, monitoring systems, all the monitoring systems of the machines, its production, its use of water, its use of, natural gas, everything is electronic. They're all electronic. You can't operate without an electronic system. So that is what's defined, and that is the intent. And that's why it's defined as advanced manufacturing with its associated network systems and data center. Hopefully that explains.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My next question is if you could please explain what the process flow is for this manufacturing facility, what raw materials you'll be using, what chemical processes, what heat processes, what other manufacturing processes you'll be using to create all of the products that you have listed, which are solar cells, solar panels, silicone wafers, solar glass, sodium ion batteries, and frames.
Okay, so let me just walk you through this. The cells are the first piece. So we buy what's called a wafer. A wafer is just same as your semiconductor chip that's on your phone, except it's larger. It's about 5 times larger than the semiconductor chip on your phone. So we buy that. It runs through a process where we deposit layers that absorb the photons of the sun. So there's a deposition sequence that goes on top of it. And the deposition sequences put layers on top of the wafer to increase the absorption of the photons from the sunlight that will then generate more power. And that's where the proprietary processes of our team come into play to be able to generate a high performance cell. So the cell process is basically we take an incoming wafer, we wash it, we send it through multiple machines. Each of those machines are putting a layer on top of it, a very, very, very thin microfilm layer on top of the wafers. They go through a process and then we attach what's called, the copper strings that collect the electricity from that cell. And then that goes into the back of the solar panel. And then that goes on to the grid or the behind the meter system. So it's a pretty advanced automated process. There are people watching it on the automation side, but it's a heavily automated process, and there are sensors in every micro step of the way on the process workflow, and each of those sensors capture a snapshot of what's been done so that it runs through its own analytic system to see, is it at norm? Is it better than norm? Is it under norm? Otherwise, the wafer gets rejected and it goes back in and we have to dispose that, we just crush it. These silicon wafers are silicon. It's coming from sand. So it's sand, quartz sand that is converted into an ingot through a process. So you're basically dealing with silica sand. That's what you're dealing with. Yeah, and these are chemicals. So there are multiple chemicals. There's about 15 of them, but they are all proven chemicals that put deposition layers on top of the cells.
Corrosive?
Corrosive, no. But there's one of them that is corrosive, but it's contained in its own environment, and it's recycled and it goes back in and it goes into a process and it's contained. And that's within the building itself. So we have processes that are proven, that are tested, and these are chemicals that are used in a variety of industries, not just our industry. It's used in the semiconductor. If you go to Phoenix and you see all the semiconductor plants that are there, they're 10 times worse than us. I mean, we do like a fraction of what they do. So these are proven, operated, procedures that we use, and there are processes for that. right? But none of them are, so bad that this is not a refinery chemical complex. This is more of a production environment where you use these chemicals, and these are standard chemicals that everybody uses, for our production.
So that's the solar cells. What about everything else?
So solar modules are a lot less complex because what you're doing is you're taking the cell that comes in from the cell production process, and there's a layer, we call it an encapsulant layer. We put that on top of the cell at the bottom of the cell, and then you got a glass that goes on the bottom, a glass that goes on the top, and then there's a lamination machine. Just like you take your ID card and you laminate it, there's a large lamination machine that laminates that whole process. And when that lamination process is done, we then attach what's called the junction box underneath it. That'll have the wires that generate the electricity and carries that electricity. So the module production plant consumes very little water, if any, right? Because it's just a lamination process, basically. The frames, you can buy the frames and get it shipped here, and it's expensive, or you buy the extruded frames and you have a mold, and the mold just punches it and you attach it to the side of the solar panel. So the frames are, it's aluminum frame and you install it. So that's all you do. We don't manufacture the aluminum frames.
Does it have to be to laminate a solar?
I think it's running at about 200 degrees C, but then again, the heat that comes out of that gets recirculated back into the building, right? So we don't really release that heat, and that heat is contained within the machine because the heat is actually used to laminate. So by the time your lamination process is done, the heat is actually dropped because heat is already consumed, into that process. So, we generate heat, but it's no different than you having any other, factory that runs on heat. Yeah. So we talked about the cell process. We talked about the module process. The module process is very straightforward. There's not a whole lot, to it. The glass is in phase 2, and that's a glass factory. So what you do is you buy quartz sand, you get dolomite, you get a number of different raw materials. They're all earth raw materials. So you take that, and it's just like making any glass for a beer bottle or for, a soda bottle. It's the same concept, right? So you take that glass, except this is rolled glass, and we call it pattern float glass. So it comes out of I'm going to call the furnace or the oven, and then it's creating a glass, and we make it flat, and it gets patterned, and then it's automatically sent to the production line, and it gets cooled naturally. So it comes out hot, and then you just leave it at the end of the line. It gets cooled, and then that becomes your glass, and then the glass goes on to your solar panels. So the glass process is also relatively straightforward. It has a lot less raw materials than a cell manufacturing process. And then, so we talked about cells, modules, glass. Wafers, is phase 2. Again, wafer is you buy the ingot and you slice it. That's it. So you buy the ingot. The ingot, if you go backwards in the process, you take raw quartz, you put it into a furnace, you extract the impurities out, and you get an ingot, cylindrical ingot, a pretty large ingot. We buy the ingots and we'll just slice the wafers. This is not the site for a refinery polysilicon campus. There's only 2 in America, one in Michigan, one in Tennessee, that actually makes the ingots. And that's a pretty large, complex. That's not what we're doing here. So we just buy the ingots, we slice them.
And the batteries is an entirely different manufacturing.
That's a whole different manufacturing process. So, well, we're not doing lithium ion. We're going to be doing sodium ion. Sodium ion is you take your brine and you extract out the sodiums and you do that, but that's in phase 2. And again, I don't even know whether it's going to fit in this area. That's probably going to fit into one of the other adjacent areas that we have. I don't think we have the land here even to do that, but we are notifying you of our intent. I don't think the sodium batteries are going to fit in this lot that we're talking about today.
Well, when we issue a conditional use permit, I believe it should be for specific products using specific processes, because otherwise we are opening ourselves up
Fair enough.
to, and I'll point out at this juncture that in our land development standards, if anyone wants to follow along with me, it's page 21, section 10-2-B-C-4. It says, no raw materials shall be processed into any of the following basic products: metals of any kind, glass, plastics, textiles, leather, or paper. And so I think the solar glass it's pretty clear, just needs to be taken off the table.
Fair enough. I mean, if you say to me that, we don't allow solar glass, we'll take that out. I mean, that's in phase 2 anyway, and I don't think it's gonna fit into this land.
Well, then what the land development standards contemplate for industrial zones is the manufacturing of raw materials, and that's why it's frustrating that we don't have a list of raw materials that are being used and processed, and it's unclear. I mean, I appreciate all the explanation you've given and the detail. I still don't think it's a sufficient level of detail, and I appreciate you came back, Chief, because my next question is about chemicals and how they'll be stored, how they'll be transported, how they'll be delivered to you, the routes the delivery trucks will be taken. And I saw your notes, but I think we need to know that stuff now to determine
Sure.
all those criteria.
The chemicals come by rail. They come by rail, they get transported by rail, and these are again, if I didn't realize that we had to submit the entire business plan, including what we actually use. And if I had known, I would have given you that, and I think we have all of that. The core issue again is we're not manufacturing any raw materials. We don't manufacture raw materials. We buy the raw materials and we make a solar panel and we make.
Except for the glass.
Right. So the glass, we don't manufacture the raw materials. We buy the raw materials and we do it. Now, if you say to us,
I mean, materials into.
fair enough. So if you say, look, we don't allow glass, that's fine. We can take it.
Code says.
Fair enough. I'm saying you're representing the code. And if you say to us, we can allow this, but we can't allow glass, that's fine. We can take our glass, and again, glass is in phase 2, and I don't even know whether it's going to fit into this lot. What we did was we communicated what we intend on doing, and we have done that. And
So look at these criteria and determine that at this point. And I understand we're not the permitting body and it will go through more rounds, but it's a heavy responsibility now on us to make sure this is not a threat to public safety, it's not a threat to the environment, and it's not gonna be.
And there are state regulations, environmental permits that we have to go through. The state is very clear about that, and we have to follow that. And after, when we receive permits and we go through our engineering, we do have to submit all of this to the state. The state has a complete regulatory process where we have to submit every one of these to get the environmental permit. There, they ask you every single piece of material that we use, what are we doing, what is the process, what is the waste management process, what's the hazardous waste disposal process, what are the emergency procedures. So there's a whole stack of data that we have to submit to the environmental department of the state of New Mexico before we even get a building permit or proceed permit. Without that, we can't even proceed. So we usually follow the state permits that have been given to us. If there are city regulations and code that we have to follow pertaining to the state, we're happy to do that. If it's additional, we're happy to file that with the city when we file with the state. But we do have a procedure. We do have to file for, the permits with state. And those permits have extensive documentation that we have to put together along with our plans. And we provide that to the state. And that is normal process for us. So, if you say to us, solar glass is not allowed, fine, take it out. We can deal with that later. And, if I need to go somewhere else, I go somewhere else and do that, right? So what we're saying to you, we have the processes. These are standard processes that are used in the industry. It's been used in the United States and other states and other cities. And we go to the state to get the final permit before we get a building permit or operating permit. We do have to file all of this with the state, and the state has clear procedures on what disclosures we have to provide to them. And we have that, and we plan on doing that in the next 2 months.
Well, I'm still not clear on what chemicals you're gonna be using, and I would appreciate if you would tell me how they're going to get from the train to your facility.
So normally what happens is, for example, if we use diborane or if we use HCl, it comes in a car, there's a spur, and then from the spur, there's a design where we pull it from the car directly into, a container, and then the container feeds into the building. And all of these are built by professionals. This is all they do. There are specific companies that actually build that and they service that. So if it comes by rail, it'll come by rail, and most of these, that's why we like the site, because it's a rail served site. And we can have from the spur, we then have the rail cars that contain it, and then, and what we're doing is we're saying we're gonna want to go from the rail car to, you know, a large tank, and then from the tank, it goes into the process machines. So we have a list of about, I guess, 15 or so, you know, chemicals. These are standard chemicals that are used in most manufacturing processes. They are not, you know, crazy hazardous material that you see that you have to be worried about. This is not a union carbide shop where, you know, you've got all the other issues. So this is standard operating procedures that you have for, you know, standard chemicals used in the manufacturing process of cells and modules.
So
So
no chemicals will be transported by truck through town?
there are going to be some, you know, chemicals, and these are very standard chemicals. These are not your hazardous, you know, chemicals. They come by truck sometimes, and they come off 40, and they'll go through 491 through Carbon Cove Road. That's the current, you know, path, you know, for it.
Most dangerous
So
intersection in the
that's
state of New Mexico.
So that's one path, and the other path is right off I-40. We would like to get that road coming from 40 straight into, it'll come north into our site. It's currently a dirt road, I believe, partway, and then after halfway through, there's a road. So that's straight from 40.
No.
Straight from 40, Allison, over there, Allison, past that?
And we are talking about,
Oh, from Metmore?
Past them.
Past that?
yeah, and that would be our preferred path because it comes straight off, you know, 40 straight into us. And, you know, we do need to talk to the state to see if they can give us some additional dollars for it, but.
My last question for the moment, well, actually, I'm sorry. Are all the operations indoors or are any outdoors?
There are no outdoor operations. Everything is indoor.
What will the noise level of the facility be once it's operational?
Well under standards. So Warrior Center, so these, you know, these are well contained, fully insulated.
You have like an analogy of like,
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's no different than you operating, you know, a rubber factory that you were planning here in right off 40.
The rubber glove
The
factory?
rubber glove factory, it's, yeah.
and then what is the worst in terms of either human, animal, infrastructure, utilities, or environment disaster that could occur at this facility, given the chemicals that you're using and the processes that you're engaged in?
So look, I mean, you can go online and you can look at, you know, solar facilities that have had a problem, you know, whether in Asia or whatnot. We have not had a problem here in America. You know, if you have your worst case scenario, you would evacuate the building, you would then extract out the tank, and even the chemicals to be used, the concentration of these chemicals are not so high that it's going to create a problem. And we don't have any residents close by either. So that's one of the reasons why we like this site. But we do have processes in place to put any leaks down, capture the leaks, and this goes back to sensors and having the data to analyze to make sure that we prevent such problems. A lot of these operations are going to be preventive in nature. So even if there is a case, and there's been 1 or 2 cases in Asia, it has not been, you know,
The
detrimental.
spill though? Is that what?
There's no spill. There.
What is the nature? of
So the nature is that if the tank if lightning hits the tank, okay, what happens then?
Explosion? I don't know.
Yeah, so, I mean, no, I'm walking through it. So if lightning hits the tank, you know, and I can't tell you whether it's going to be an explosion or not, depends on what level of lightning it is. These tanks are built with lightning, you know, protectors to absorb that. So there's already steps in place. What is the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is you have a leak and you would have to capture, you know, as much of that back and stop that leak. And that's why you have a team on the ground to plug the leaks if there's a leak. We have equipment. That's high availability. You have to have systems in place even when there's a power outage, and we put a battery bank and we have standby batteries that basically provide the power in the event that the main power supply goes down. And what you actually do is you put all of these critical equipment on a second ring for power. So if the primary source of power stops, it picks it up from the standby batteries, just like, you know, a computer that has a, you know, battery and a standby battery for it. So we usually ring them in a second circuit so that if the primary supply goes down, the battery kicks in and provides the electricity.
Okay. And how big are these tanks? Like what quantity of chemicals are gonna be stored?
It's not, I mean, the building is 1.4 million square feet, and the entire area for this campus where you have these tanks is like 30,000 square feet. So the entire building is 1.4 million, and just this area is 30,000 square feet. So it's really not much. There's only like 5 or 6 items that we have that go in, and other than that, it's not.
And there's like a ventilation system that does,
Yep.
you said there's no emissions at all? in
Nope,
this place?
0 emissions. These are pretty well built.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, any more questions? Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of this case, please come to the mic. State your name. We're gonna try to stick to our 3 minutes here.
Sure.
Best as possible.
Good evening, Commission. Martin O'Malley. Next month, I'll be McKinley County resident for 40 years. Half of that was spent on reservations. I've experienced a lot of poverty. This project for me is about jobs, jobs, jobs. We are in a crisis. Our poverty rate here is, I don't know what, I've looked at different data, and the closest I can see is between 30 and 35%. So it's over twice the national average. We have I've experienced a lot of tragedy of unnecessary early deaths from people because of the hopelessness on some of the areas that our neighbors suffer through, you know, with the lack of employment, lack of opportunity. And this is a project that can alleviate that. This is a project that can really change the nature of Gallup. Gallup started as a coal mining town, then we got into uranium, and then we got into oil refining, fossil fuel refining. And now we have the opportunity to go green and kind of rebrand the whole community. I think that's really kind of a neat thing. And it's not without, you know, we don't do anything in this life without making an impact on the environment. And I think what we need to find is the balance, you know, what is the benefits to the community versus the impact that this will have. And I think the benefits to the community far exceed the impact, any negative impacts that this is going to have. We have reached out to, I've gotten positive feedback from administration at Navajo. We've been invited by the Eastern Agency to speak at their next meeting, and where there'll be about 30 chapters present. So we are working with our neighbors. We've reached out to the Pueblo of Zuni about, you know, their involvement and workforce from down there. And there had been some preliminary questions about where are you going to find 900 people around here to work? Believe me, we're going to find 900 people easily. We did a project in Utah. They needed labor from down here. By word of mouth, I hired 60 people willing to leave home and travel up there within a week. Just word of mouth. We didn't even advertise it. So yeah, people are hungry for jobs. The best social program, the best social service program, of course, is employment and a job. We want people to be able to take care of their families, people to be able to raise their families around here, people not having to leave for Phoenix and Albuquerque to find employment. This is about keeping families in the community together in many ways. So I'm very much in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Mr. Chair, Commission, again, Robert Baca, I want to thank you for the opportunity. This gentleman's come here and he has been open to a lot of people. He's invited them to come and talk to him, to sit, have coffee, and to pick his brain. The county has picked his brain. The city has picked his brain. He's openly given you what you needed here, the best that he can. And we've looked at several different companies wanting to come to Gallup. Why Gallup? Why Gallup?
Since I have been on the commission, we've talked to several companies. And most of those companies say, we're not going to Gallup, it's unfriendly. We can't get business there. There's no land there. We've opened up land. This gentleman sought us out. We didn't go looking for him. He's willing to work with us and give back to our community, not take from our community. But I feel in sitting here listening, we're not affording him the chance to do that. At every turn, we're looking to cut him off. I'm open to anybody that wants to bring industry here to Gallup. You go out and search and bring them back. Because all we're doing is we're stopping them from coming in. Do we have water problems? Sure. Do we have electric problems? Sure. But how do we stop that? How do we stop it? Our infrastructure within the city of Gallup is going in the toilet. We don't have the tax base to work this. So what do? Somebody wants to come in, maybe he says the wrong words or something, but we cut him off. We say you're doing the wrong things. You're impacting our environment. Well, everybody that has water bottles up there, what are you going to do with it when you're done here? Throw it in the trash? You're impacting our environment. You have your cell phones. You want to talk about data centers? You're putting into data centers. You have to have servers in large companies in order to process anything you do nowadays. It's not the fact that when it comes to manufacturing the old days where everything is hands-on. It's not that way. Most everything is computerized. Everything. Manufacturing is computerized. We've talked to people from Germany. They did their research on Gallup, New Mexico. They say it's a good place to be, but they're scared to come here. They're scared to come here. And we're telling them, don't be scared. We're a welcoming community. I don't know what he thinks anymore about a welcoming community because he may be scared and say, you know, I don't mind jumping through the hoops because I'll do that because I want a business. But nobody's asking me to please be here. You're asking me, yeah, I want you here, but I don't really think I want you here. If we can get a manufacturing company here, maybe we can bring some housing. How many houses did you say we built, CB?
Single families. Two in the past year.
In the past year?
3 years. We had some apartments, small scale apartments, but that's it.
That's it. We're looking at the Carbon Coal area, not only to bring in industry, but Gallup Land Partners, in our working with them with the county and with the city, is we're talking to them, if we can get this place up and moving, and this would, if we get him, he's going to be our anchor tenant. Which means now they say, look, there's somebody there, we can come and we can open up. Gallup Land Partners wants to open up and build housing up there. We're not going to build anything if we don't bring anything in. It's just not going to happen. Look at our downtown, look at everything that's boarded up. He's talked about rezoning. Good, we got some rezoning. We're talking about heavy manufacturing. No matter what he does, we need to make sure that, and I agree with you, if what's in there and it says manufacturing to this, and if he leaves, it stays that way. Don't change it. I agree 100%. But let's not scare him off. Let's not scare him off. Let's do what we can to say, you know what, all right, if this is what you're gonna do. If you can't do the glass, okay, he's already said, all right, fine, I can't do the glass. But let's not try to force it down his throat. You can't do this. One of the things I always find in every meeting that I go to, when we sit up there, we always tell people what you can't do. We never say what you can do. Let's not be that way. Let's not be that community. When somebody wants to come in and tell them you can't do this, tell them, hey, you know, that's a great thing, but you might want to consider this. Let's not throw rocks at them right away. If that makes sense, then you know what? Then this gentleman has a really good chance of being part of our community and helping create jobs, bring housing to our community.
Talk about hazardous material. Chief, what runs up and down our roads every day? What comes right through our community in a train? Hazardous materials, right? How many businesses do we have here that have truckloads of hazardous materials come and drop off? Walgreens. You don't see placards on the side of their truck. They all hazardous material. So let's look at what we can do again for our community. For our community. Not for ourselves, not for special interest groups, because remember, we have to work both sides of the aisle, not just one. So let's keep that in mind when we're dealing with things such as this up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bogdan.
Chairman Long and Commissioners, I'm not for or against, but I wanted to address some of the items that Ms. Easton brought up. And this is mostly for the public. So a lot of the public may not know that the Gallup Fire Department is actually considered a regional hazmat team for the state of New Mexico. At the hazmat level, there's awareness personnel, operations personnel, and hazmat technicians. Hazmat technicians are the ones that go in, stop the leaks, clean up the spills. We're the ones in the suits doing all that stuff. And then there's specialists, which are on top of that. About half of the Gallup Fire Department is technicians and specialists. So we're considered a regional hazmat team and we have the equipment to respond. Why do we have that equipment? Because we have I-40 and the trains. When we're dealing with hazardous materials, especially on a fixed facility, and that's what this facility would be as a fixed facility, those are actually easy for us to deal with. Because in the fire code that also talks about fire protection, half of the fire code has to deal with hazardous materials. How they're stored, they're tracked, the response to them, how they're contained. There's half of the fire code's all about hazardous materials. With fixed facilities, the reason why it's easier, because we know exactly what chemicals they have, how much they have, and how they're contained. And if there's an issue, most of these manufacturing facilities have their own emergency response team that will start to respond, do what they need to, and then they'll call us to go assist. That's fixed facilities. All right. It's a lot safer than the stuff that runs down I-40 and the rail every single day. And I'm not trying to scare the community. It is what it is. We have the interstate and the railroad here, but there are chemicals that are transported through this town every single day. And the fire department is ready to respond to them. We have the equipment and the personnel to respond to hazmat incidents any day. So with that, I hope I addressed some of the questions that you brought up.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Christopher Thomas. I am the Planning and Development Director for Gallup Land Partners. Actually, I wanted to address some of the people in the audience tonight. I certainly respect the fact that the people have come tonight because they care about Gallup. We do as well. And I think everyone in this room should ask the difficult questions about a project of this magnitude. So please do ask every question, scrutinize every impact, hold Convolt and GLP accountable, but evaluate this application on the facts rather than fear. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a few more comments on this item. But before I do, just for the record, I just wanted the public to know that I have not spoke to anyone here on this panel prior to the meeting. I didn't even know who was on this group until I got here tonight. And gosh, I want to congratulate you for this kind of this vigor. I mean, this is a lift to serve on something like this, but thank you for serving. And as I'd mentioned before, our office is very much, and I am very much in support of advanced manufacturing. I wasn't clear exactly how these conditional use permits work. I've been trying to read all this material as I was sitting back there listening to the presentation. And what bothers me the most as I've been listening to this is that over a year ago, our office was asked to appoint a person to a land development standards committee. And nothing has ever happened with that, to my knowledge. We've never had any reports, we've never had anything come back to us, and it was all about this area in the city. And I think a lot of what you all have been raising issues on could have been handled through that process. At least our member that was put on that committee, when he report back, there wasn't much there to report. But advanced manufacturing is super important to us in terms of economic base employers. As we are going, I think it's on September 13th, to the largest advanced manufacturing show in the country. That'll be in Chicago from September 13th through the 19th. And it's all about, can we bring these kind of companies to this area? We put a lot of work into this. We've identified through, as I mentioned before, 4 years of planning sections along Carbon Coal Road, particularly around the rail loop, for manufacturing purposes. So accountability is important. I don't know if conditional approval means that there's constant reporting back to you. I don't know what that means. You just give it to, and then, well, who monitors this? I'm just curious.
This is to approve heavy manufacturing as a condition to the industrial zoning.
Okay,
So once that's completed, it'll go through the building permit process.
okay,
Following that, it was approved for that use.
okay.
So as long as it does not change, it stays.
So
And the
everything,
commission can apply specific conditions, and I think you guys are the ones that monitor those.
Correct.
okay, so everything that was said and presented and put into this packet, the city monitors.
Correct.
And if there's any issues or problems, then they report back and other actions are taken.
Yeah, because the conditional use permit could be taken.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think,
Null and void if any of the conditions are violated, the conditions permit becomes null and void and they can revoke.
oh, all right.
at any time.
Okay, so it seems to me like there's good checks and balances here. But I'm here to say that we support advanced manufacturing. We hope you approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lundstrom. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against this case, please come to the microphone and say it.
Good evening, Commission and Chairman Long. My name is Joanne Beninati, a retired educator, resident of Gallup for 22 years, a resident of McKinley County for 46 years. At about 3:45 this afternoon, I received a notification of an amended agenda. And I question whether that is a violation of the Open Meetings Act, which requires 72 hours prior notice for all agendas. Regardless, I was unable to access and review the amended agenda, and my comments are written to the original agenda items, just so you know. Okay. When we welcome any business or industry to our city, regardless of their size, we want them to be successful. We certainly don't want to set anyone up for failure. I have a lot of questions, and I am not here to ask all of them tonight, but I am trying to fully understand the process and the actions. One thing that concerns me is the Gallup Task Force report, specifically the comments from the water, wastewater, electric, and fire departments. And what concerns me about it is the apparent lack of information needed to make a clear decision or comments on this request. They all stated that the application does not contain sufficient information to evaluate. The task force comments do not support the requested action at this time. I'm asking that more specific information be provided to those departments before any action goes forward. I'm simply asking for due diligence from the commission and all parties involved now before crucial decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Electric department, I don't know if you have any comments, but now would be the time to address them if there is anything. I think Mr. Chuck, I think we could kind of explain how the process works from here to know what the loads are and the voltages and what would be required between here and building.
Well, good evening, commissioners. The comment that we put in was primarily informational, just letting everybody know that there were certain things that were going on with the self-serving of the power. I just wanted to make it clear that we understand that they're going to be serving their own loads. They're protected under the House Bill 93, which allows for a microgrid to be put in place. We're okay with that, just as long as there's no interconnections of any kind going into our distribution or the neighboring transmission lines. We just want to make sure that this special condition use recognizes that and understands that we're okay with it, just as long as they understand the next steps of going into any interconnection has to be handled separately. We understand that he's going to be handling his own load. So when that was brought to our attention, that really wasn't a concern, but we do have limited use if they are going to start their construction phase of the building. And we just wanted to let everybody know, we don't know what that load is for the construction, but we supplied the information to let the contractor know what was available for him to use. It's about 1 megawatt of capacity. So we don't know what that is. It would be good to know what that is, but like I said, we're just sharing with everybody what is available. So if they need to exceed that, we're going to have problems with their line.
Any questions? Mr. Norris? Thank you.
Well,
I did not see anybody here from the city of Gallup for water or wastewater. Other comments that's in here? Fire department, I believe John. Mr. Parrott, if you have any more to add, now would be the time.
Good evening again. And again, if you look at our comments, it talks about how that's not the right one. So it says that with the information that was provided, that the fire department cannot indicate the level of fire protection that's going to be needed. And the reason why is it's on a conditional use permit. It's not the building permit plan review. Usually, you know, how it happens, a conditional use permit, right? We have to understand this is a large project. This isn't just a regular conditional use permit that we're doing for another type of business where we know exactly what kind of building they're in. The building's already there. We're already kind of through that process. So the biggest thing that we're going to have to figure out through the plan review process is the level of fire protection. You know, this is going to be a large manufacturing plant. It's going to require fire protection, and the building's going to have to meet all fire code requirements. That's the biggest thing. So the fire department does not have an issue with the conditional use permit, because one of the items with the conditional use permit is they have to meet all fire and life safety codes. So if they build this and they're not meeting codes, then the conditional use permit can be removed. The other permit that was in there is with our ISO. So our ISO is how they rate fire departments from a 1 to a 10. 1 is an exceptional fire department. Class 10 is a couple of guys in a golf cart with a fire extinguisher, basically no fire protection at a level 10. The city of Gallup is currently a level 3, and they base that rating off of the percentage of the city that's built upon that has fire protection. So 1.5 miles from an engine and 2.5 miles from a ladder. So we knew that once the city annexed this Carbon Coal Road, that right now, because there's nothing out there, it doesn't impact our ISO. Once buildings start getting built it's gonna require us to build a fire station out there, and the city's already planning that. We're already planning that for the future. So that's why we put that in our comments, because we know that public reads these and these are publicly accessible. So we just want to make sure everybody knows that, we're kind of looking at all things, but again, the fire department, we have no issues with the conditional use permit for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. We look forward to your fire department. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak against this case, please come to the microphone.
Hello again. Let me fix this microphone so the feedback stops killing me. Hello, Abigail Littlefield again, a longtime resident of Gallup. The lack of mention of the data center. I understand that you are not a data center company, but you are building a data center to support your manufacturing, and that is why it's called an advanced manufacturing company. I understand that it is mentioned very briefly, but there is no determined size and additional information regarding the center itself. It is also important to me that you also include your intention to sell the program that you are using the data center to support with your product. I have gone to Harry's presentations and he has been very forthright, but it is important to me that the commissioners also know that it's for his machinery to speak to each other, but he's also wanting to use a program to sell with his product. So it is a bit of a big data center and multiple responsibilities that he's planning to use with it. I lost my place. I also see that there are very vague mentions saying that they will not be a hindrance. Most of it is in regards to data centers issues, but I don't think this is enough. I think it is in the interest of the public that there is specific, detailed, and direct commitment to ensuring our water is protected, the heat does not contribute to environmental damage, and that their 24/7, 365 operations of noise, specifically nonstop low frequency noise. It's not something that's loud. It is something that is like pretty well below what you're used to, but it's consistency with it, like 24/7. It has been associated to causing a lot of like damage to people, a lot of stress, a lot of sleepless nights and stuff like that. So I just need to make sure that those are not going to negatively impact human and non-human relatives. I also wanted to bring up that a Southern California data center is now suing for water rights to the Colorado River. They're suing the city. And this data center, it's called the Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing. They also came to the city saying that they're only going to use effluent. And now they're suing for water rights for Colorado River. This leads me to believe that the commission must build up its ability to ensure that Convolt will take accountability and keep their agreements. I ask the commission to take their time and thoroughly go through this proposal and revisit the agreement to ensure it is not a sacrifice at community's expense. So overall, I'm really just asking that you take the time, be very, very specific. The agreement is very vague, and just with the issue of them suing over effluent water, I really want there to be clear, concise language directly stating that all of the agreements are going to be upheld and that there is something there to enforce if that is broken. I'm like in the environmental justice space, right? So I do a lot of like, I've been learning about uranium, methane, all the fun stuff. And I need to like, I feel like it's important for me to tell you that a lot of this is very much a language game, a word game. We gotta be very coherent. We've gotta be very intentional about the language that they are using. It is that language and like the lack of it being like clear and concise and directly stating what it is that we want, that this stuff passes through. So I'm asking that you participate in due diligence, make sure that like we're getting Convolt Energy to be very specific and be as little, like vague is not a good vibe. So yes, that's my comment. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you.
Dan Butterworth, I'm a Gallup resident. I wanted to speak to two things. First of all, to Mr. O'Malley's mention of the permit. The permit that they have is for 13% of the city's effluent, as I understand it, as it came up when the Terraplex company was trying to build here. 13% of the city's effluent, the city produces about 500 million gallons a year. 13% is 65 million gallons. This facility wants to produce 1 million gallons a day. That's 365 million gallons. So we're still not accounting for 300 million gallons of effluent with that permit. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. The other thing is Convolt's own presentation for the Solis project, which is the Gallup project here, mentions a 600 megawatt data center. This is far larger than one would need to run a facility of this size. What I'd like to see is a condition added that the data center be solely used for Convolt's manufacturing and will not be used for any tenants outside of Convolt. That way we can assure that the data center will be of a sufficient size, but not an overly burdensome size for the city of Gallup for our resources. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Pat Shealy. I've lived here since 1993. I am speaking to the conditional use criteria E, which states the use will not be contrary to the public interest. I do not think that we have enough information about this project. The Water Department comments note the lack of water consumption details for this solar panel project before construction begins. We also need consumption details for the associated data center. I would urge that both of these pieces of information be provided and vetted before conditional use can be given. Now, I want to give you the following as my reasons for concern, and my figures are a little bit different than Dan's. We have been told that effluent water will be used, and 1 million, and it'll be 1 million gallons of effluent water per day, which must be cleaned and purified. That is insufficient to operate a 3 gigawatt solar manufacturing plant. An additional amount of water will be required for an associated data center, and I think that's true no matter how big that data center would be. The city, I was told, the city produces about 3 million gallons of effluent water per day. And I foresee a future in which we will need to make this water potable to meet our water needs. Now, if the use of city water rather than effluent water is used, that's going to be a bigger problem. Gallup's water supply is already precarious, as shown by the current problem of low water pressure and only 8 of 16 wells producing water. We do not even have an accurate estimate of the amount of water remaining in the aquifer. We know, the public knows from the news, that communities are experiencing water shortages because of similar projects. If the project is too big to fail, the project will get more than its share of the available water. And lastly, we live in the desert with an aquifer that is not being recharged. Therefore, I believe that this project is contrary to the public interest. Water is sacred to me because water is essential for life. Treating limited water in the desert as a commodity and not protecting our community and its future is both wrong and immoral. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners and Chair, my name is Leanne Gilson. I've lived here since 1980. I love Gallup. I would like to live here as long as possible. I know we need jobs, we need many things, but not at the expense of people and environment. I too have listened to many presentations, and I know that Mr. Agatha, I hope I said that correctly, has told city councilors that the data center is larger than what they need to operate the solar manufacturing company, and that they will have tenants in the data center. So I agree with others who are saying that needs to be addressed and diminished, as Daniel said. I'm also addressing another concern. I agree with all the concerns that have been brought up. Another concern regarding the conditional use permit. My concern additionally is the fact that Convolt is planning to use gas generator as backup, gas generators as backup. And in the conditional use document, New Mexico Gas stated, quote, "They will not submit comments being that they do not need to review a conditional use permit request." But they do, we do need comments from them because they will have gas operated backup generators. So bottom line, agree that this needs to be delayed, this conditional permit process, because we don't know enough. We have a lot more research to do. We have many more concerns. So I would ask you to delay this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Connie Liu. I am an OBGYN, the only non-IHS OBGYN in the county. I do want to just pass on a message from JP Phillips, who was here earlier. She had wanted to speak, but she had just wanted to simply make the comment that in other communities that have other places that have open data centers have found disproportionate use of taxpayer-funded firefighting services. So whether or not you agree this is a data center, a hyperscale data center, it does seem very important that we have the parameters of what the data center or the servers are required to understand whether or not that is going to impact our city in that fashion. As to my own personal comments, I have spoken to a number of community members, and having listened to the thoughtful comments of the citizens here, I think that I will summarize as thus. I think that the recommendations that folks here are making are in the spirit of ensuring that a heavy manufacturer is a good neighbor and that we can be good neighbors to them as well. For a project of this size and potential impact, I do agree with my fellow citizens that it is incumbent on the Planning and Zoning Commission to ensure that you have enough data information to determine whether or not the proposed project meets criteria for conditional use, as was outlined earlier. I think that it is important that we get specific. So one, my recommendations would be as follows. One, we need specific details on the aspects of this project. That should include details that were included in previous presentations. I will note that when the Electricity Department made their determination about and their assessment of this project, they were not simply just using the data that was presented to them for the conditional use application, but they actually referred to a presentation before City Council on July 14th. So I do think that the conditional use permit application needs to include those details. It also needs to include the size of this manufacturing company. It needs to include the timeline. It needs to include the details of manufacturing. It needs to include the chemicals that are to be used. And it also needs much more detail about contingent plans for water, electricity, and land use. Number two, we do need the city to truly be able to assess the details of this project based on the details of the assessment. I think it is not appropriate that a number of the responses stated simply that there was enough detail. I think that I was very impressed by the level of detail that you required for the the earlier item to change single family housing to multi-family housing. And I do think that that level of rigor would be certainly appropriate here. And third, I do think that it would be very useful to have an independent assessment of any of the details that are provided in an updated land contingency or application, simply because this is an unknown industry to us. And I think particularly the data center component, and particularly the fact that this is an industry that requires a lot of heat and a lot of resources, does require some outside evaluation. So with that, I hope that you take up our 3 recommendations. I don't think that I stand here necessarily against this project, but I certainly do think that based on the fact that based on the comments from my fellow citizens, that we need a heck of a lot more detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Kenny. We do not have a city lawyer, an attorney. And all of the things that we're discussing tonight, some of them can be taken care of. The policing of the state agencies in charge of environmental protection and so forth. But in terms of what we've already experienced, in terms of an initial proposal for desalinated water, a data center, and solar panel construction and recycling, 2 of those things have disappeared now without any formal notification. And some of the cities that have dealt with Convault before this have experienced changing parameters without communication from Convault adequately to prepare and to brainstorm together to how to solve this. So I'm suggesting we get not only an attorney for the city before we approve this, so that we can get the language that is bulletproof in terms of what is being agreed to, but we get outside lawyers from the state level. And I would suggest that we contact the governor's office, legal aid, so forth, because the state has very, very big interest in the success of a company like Convault being here. Convault is not going to be a perfect institution with perfect people in charge. There's going to be personality things. We're going to need a very, very strong legal presence here to make sure to help personalities who are not used to communicating clearly and then changing their mind and not notifying, including our own people here in Gallup on the city council, and have a central place for information. I'll volunteer my own cloud service so that people can present their current temporary opinions on this or that. And it can be reviewed by the public without creating an atmosphere that generates distrust and a thinking that maybe these people are dishonest or they're trying to pull something over on us without us knowing. This has happened before, and I think we can prevent it by being very diligent about our own personal weaknesses and our inability to communicate, especially with men who are trained forever to not have feelings and to not communicate. So that's my suggestion. And in a sense, my demand that do not approve this before we have legal things in writing that are foolproof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Commissioners. I am Pauline McCabe. I reside in Manuelito chapter. It's exactly 8 miles from here. I travel Interstate 40 on a daily basis. And one thing, excuse me, I constantly read about is deregulations from the federal government. And this Interstate 40 is a major highway major transportation for hauling all kinds of stuff. And the small, from here to the Arizona state line is a small distance compared from here to Albuquerque. But there's been more fires that happen from these trucks carrying whatever they carry. I believe they're chemicals that explode. The last 4 months, we've had 3 trucks that parked along that had explosive stuff. They exploded. They're sitting on the side of the I-40 and they're sitting there. Nobody tells us what chemicals they are or what exploded or if there's any danger to the community. And they sit there a month and a half until I guess all the clearances are made, and then they come in and clear up. The same way with the railroad. The railroad is the same. We had a derailment last year, and then we had another explosion right in the same area practically. So that's my concern, is that if there's chemicals, dangerous chemicals that are going to be transported on our sections of the I-40, then I'm concerned about letting the community know, transparency again. And then I do agree we do need jobs. Jobs is something that we do need in order to grow Gallup. However, but we need to do it in consistent steps to where we don't falter and we don't miss a step where we can one of the things that I'm very concerned about is environmental review, the impact statements that come out. This is a large project, and I've done smaller projects to where a lot of these environmental impact statements take anywhere from 3 to 4 years. So if this is something that needs to be done, I'm seeing like maybe even 6 years before any kind of impact statements can happen. And we do need legal review along the way in order to make sure that we don't miss a step, so that we make sure all our cards on the table, all the T's are dotted. Did anybody hear that?
Got you.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. I appreciate everything. And yes, we do need jobs, but we need to do it the right way. Thank you.
Okay, given,
Water, if I saw the applicant who wants to address questions that were raised, because there isn't. I mean,
Sure.
it's the statement and the. from the
Mr.
water department.
Hatchett, can you address the water concerns, please?
So let me walk you through, what
Actually,
our,
can you address probably the amount of water usage you're anticipating?
yeah. So 1 million gallons a day of effluent that gets converted is more than enough. I think I'm in this business, I run this business, I know what the numbers are. So forget about all the theoretical stuff. We know we need about 300,000 to 500,000 gallons a day, depending on what the production runs are. So if we have 1 million gallons of effluent, we convert those, you have a 60% conversion rate, you end up at 600,000. We consume that 600,000 in our factory. And I repeat, we're not Facebook or Meta. We're only using it for our own needs. And that 600,000 is more than enough.
Can you recycle?
We recycle that, and there's about 15% losses, estimated losses on that. So we fill that in, we store it, we fill it in.
So you would need, once it's up and running, you'd only need 15% of 600,000.
Well, we still have for the losses, but when you build that reverse osmosis plant, we still need to take the solids out. The solids have to go out. So we have to flush the solids with water, because otherwise you won't get it through the pipe. So water is going to go back out, right? Gray water plus the solids. So if you begin with 1 million gallons a day, we're sufficient for the current size. And again, I know what a 3 gigawatt factory is. A 3 gigawatt factory is not consuming 3 gigawatts of power. A 3 gigawatt factory is my output. It's the output of solar panels in terms of wattage per year. So the 3 gigawatts is 3 production lines. And those 3 production lines, plus all of the ancillary facilities, consume the effluent of 1 million, which nets to somewhere between 600,000 and 700,000, depending on the quality of the effluent that comes in. And we use that and we rotate that and we recycle that. So all that is recycled. We don't pass any hazardous material. And let me address a couple of other points. The state of New Mexico has very rigorous environmental standards. We have to follow that. And it gets monitored periodically. All of our designs follow, all the hazardous, procedures that we need to follow. And the fire chief is right. We have an internal team that monitors all of this. We have sensors that monitor all of this. And if there is an issue, we work with them. So from a water perspective, we stick with the 1 million gallons of effluent. We convert that, we reutilize that, and that stays within the campus. The water was netted out, goes out through the water pipes, the sewer pipes.
Can I, if your projections are based on the rate in GLP's affluent option agreement with the city, or if you run projections based on city's market rate per affluent?
So our number, you're talking about the financial numbers now? Our financial numbers, the lenders usually have their methodology. So when they lend to us, if the number is too low, they said, look, I need you to be a lot more conservative. So we put, I'm replying.
Yeah.
So we use the city's rates and we're open.
Market rates or the rates in your agreement?
Well, we have the rates in the agreement, but then we end up with a contingency plan and we put the city's rates in the contingency plan because we don't know what's going to happen, right? So we're willing to work with the city. And what we've also told the city is we will pay for the water pipes. We will pay for the sewer pipes. We will pay for the reverse osmosis plant. And if there's a net of 100 to 200,000 gallons a day, if we have excess, we're happy to give that potable water back to the city. So we have constructed this plan. Now, as far as why that plan is not here, because that's not on this site, it's not on this application. That's not on this site, because this site cannot support that. I don't have enough land on this site.
I'm sorry, what?
So there was a comment made that, the desalination is no longer part of the process and all of that. And what I'm saying to you is this application is for this site, for this process. Now, there may be a separate application for the reverse osmosis plant because I don't know that I can fit it in here, right? It may be on the adjacent site where we come back to you and say, here's the plan and here's, the rezoning and the conditional use for that site. So we're only today focused on the facts of this site. What can we do on this site? What are we applying on this site? And what can we do on this site? So the answer again, in short, 1 million gallons of effluent gets converted. You end up at 600 to 650, somewhere in that ballpark. We reutilize that. We recycle that through the same reverse osmosis plant. We recycle it. What needs to go out through the sewer pipes, we send it through the sewer pipes. We're paying for the sewer pipes. We're paying for any of the pipes coming from the effluent plant. We're paying for the reverse osmosis plant. We don't want to depend on the city. We understand that we need to be good citizens. So we're saying that's part of our budget. We don't consume the electricity either. We generate our own electricity and we'll follow the standards that's set by the city electric department.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the fire chief another question?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Parrott?
Did not come in here with a predetermined notion. I'm trying to ascertain the facts and serve the public interest, so thank you. Mr. Parrott, you said before, and it took me a minute to process it, that the hazardous waste being transported on the interstate is more dangerous because you don't know what it is and it's portable but I feel like this was new information we got tonight, the 30,000 square feet, like a Walmart sized chemical storage facility. You're comfortable with that? That's a lot of chemicals and I get that they're on one place.
Walmart's probably 300,000.
You think Walmart's 300,000 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Well, what's 30,000 square feet?
Darn sure not Walmart. I'm not, this is
30 size the size of this room.
but maybe, yeah.
That's still a lot of chemicals. I'm just, it feels like new information that you didn't get to review, so I want to make sure.
So Chairman Long, Commissioner Eason. So again, when we're dealing with a fixed facility, we know exactly what chemicals they're gonna have. There's annual inspections that are done. They have to do tier 2 reporting to the state of New Mexico, which is where companies submit what hazardous materials that they're using. We get those from the state. So we know exactly what type of hazardous materials that they have, the quantity they have, how they're stored. And if we know what they have and how much they have, we can plan for that. That if there is an issue, we know exactly how we're going to respond and how we're going to contain it.
Do we have the capacity now, or will we have to add capacity, or you have to add capacity?
So again, we're a regional hazmat team. If we got called out to a hazmat incident, let's say a train derailed at 2nd and 66 right now, the Gallup Fire Department, hazmat team and fire department would respond, and we would handle it to the best of our capabilities and our resources that we have.
And I know you're always concerned about when these things happen, like with the transformers and stuff. I know you talked about it before, that there still are heart attacks, there still are other emergencies. So that's factor, that whole capacity. I know you're always thinking about it. I'm just confirming.
Yeah, so the biggest thing on the fire department side is when we're gonna build a building of this size, can I protect it? And that's where we look at, you know, when we're doing the building plan review, the building's gotta meet all the fire codes. Because if it has fire alarm systems, fire sprinkler systems, fire protection systems, all that stuff, that's easier for me to protect that building. Because that means that if there's a fire in that building, that sprinkler system is gonna activate and it's gonna put water on that fire before we ever get there. Then we look at what's gonna be the call volume. Well, if a manufacturing plant like this really increase our call volume? Probably not much. Just because most of our calls for service in Gallup are EMS. And most of our fire calls are at people's private residences. So if this goes along and they build this in our city, we'll protect it. Yes, we're gonna have to build a fire station out there, but we were gonna have to build a fire station out there no matter what they built.
Water can suppress chemical fires? Or-
So it all depends. So again, that's where during the plan approval process and the building permit process, all of these things are considered. And if we have questions for the fire department, the fire code allows us to send their plans to a fire protection engineer. And the fire code means it says that they have to pay for it. So if I tell them, you know what? I don't know if I fully agree with this, or if I have my concerns, we're gonna send it to a fire protection engineer that they have to pay for, but I get to choose which the engineer it is, so they can't choose their own. Right? And that fire protection engineer is gonna come back and say, oh, you guys are good, no, you need this, and whatever that fire protection engineer says, then for them to build their building, they have to do it. So there is a process that we go through to make sure that building's gonna be safe to be built and to be occupied.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question maybe for CB about because data centers aren't in the use table. And so I don't know how to address.
Let's go ahead.
Oh, I thought we were done. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
My name is Shirley Waiko. I am a resident of Lupton. I think this whole process needs to have an independent study. The environmental, the water, the electricity. I mean, this is all like, to me, reading it, it's like, oh, I think this, I think that, and he's gonna sell you whatever he wants to say to you to get the project done. It needs to be more studied. It can't just be done right now, today. It's gonna take a lot to have this. Once it's built, there's no turning back. Something happens, there's no turning back. You can't fix it. So it needs to be studied a lot more.
Okay. Mr. CB?
I'm sorry, what was your question? It's like past my dinner time there, so.
So bring about language and semantics, if there is a need for a data center to run the heavy manufacturing plant, and data centers are not in our use table at all.
So there's a difference, okay? So in land use, you have accessory uses that are ancillary to the principal use, which in this case is the manufacturing. They need that ancillary accessory use in order to operate their facility. So it's part of the same deal. What you're talking about is a standalone data center that does nothing but data center stuff, and they're that big million square foot building that's considered a data center. We do not have a land use, a use in our land use table that allows for standalone data centers right now. In order for a data center to come to Gallup, we would have to amend the code to allow data centers here in our use table. But for this use, it's part of the operation. It's not a standalone data center use. You have to separate the two.
Would we need to make that a condition, or would that be the recommended action, that the quote unquote data center is an ancillary use to?
It is by design.
By design.
Yeah, it already is by design. So and he explained very well what it was going to be used for all his equipment. That's what he needs it for. I don't think you're going to run an Amazon or Facebook or something. Yeah, what would he do that for? So it's not that. It's
But
just basically to run his equipment.
Changes ownership.
It's.
Somebody, they're not him. They're.
We could get real deep in the weeds on all this stuff, and nobody has a crystal ball. If we could predict the future, we'd all be rich by now. We wouldn't even have to be here. But point is, what he has explained to you in good faith is his operation. He could give you his business plan. He could give you everything, all the equipment, how it's going to operate, what it's going to do, what the data center itself within that use is going to be used for, and guarantee that it's not going to be used for anything else. If another business comes in 20 years from now, buys the building and says, I want to convert this thing to a full-blown data center, I'm not going to do solar anymore. We would have to have uses, regulations in place that allows that. If we don't, then they can't do it, plain and simple. But that's something that has to go through a lot of reviews. It has to go through your review. It has to go through council review. It has to go through public hearings, just like this one, in order for that to even happen. So the whole data center talk now is just talk, basically, because we can't allow a data center to come in right now, the way the rules are written.
Understood, I think.
The use of his use, then he could use it. If he's gonna convert it to that, if he tries to pull something shady and do that, then that null and voids his conditional use permit. Because the intent and the use that was specified is not what it's being used for now. So he would be cutting his own throat by doing that. Because we would just yank it and say, you gotta shut down.
Even though it's not spelled out?
No, it's part of the use. So you could put that condition. It's all up to you guys if you want to put in a different.
That everybody, I don't see the harm, and.
There's no harm in it. I'm just saying it's a redundant thing, but if you want to put the language in there to make you feel better, that's fine, but it's not gonna do anything.
That's what everybody is agreeing to.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and close the hearing. I think okay, last one more. All right, we're wearing out here.
900 jobs, the number is, Margaret Rutherford has lived here for over 30 years. That number is tossed around. Where is the information, descriptions of the jobs and the education that will be needed? And how is this community going to educate the people for these jobs? So that number is huge, and you don't have a big university in town to get everybody caught up. So I'd like to know more about what those 900, is it a custodian? Is it you see what I mean? What levels are there? Who's going to come in from outside? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
I would like to just address this once for all.
Go ahead.
So, we know what the factory design is. We know what the production lines are. We know the number of employees that are needed and the type of employees that are needed. We have submitted all this documentation to the economic development plan. They've got very good details about every role, every job, what year they're going to get hired, when are they going to hire, what is the average wage. All that data has been provided to the state under confidentiality. Now, I have to run a business, and we're spending tremendous amount of capital, and I can't just display every function or every data to the public, and I can't compete. I just can't compete. Even if I have to come in and say, what are all the production machines we're using, state it all, and it's subject to FOIA, we lose our competitive edge. So I can only tell you that we follow all the procedures, and the state has all the procedures. We go through this process, we have to go through the state environmental permit, we have to go through the economic development plan, they have to review our plan and say whether this is right or wrong. We have had conversations with the universities, we've had conversations with, the folks representing Navo Technical University. We've got a team in Germany that are expert, that they would come and train the people. So we've got a whole plan around it. If I don't do it, I lose the capital that we invest. My lenders are more diligent than these folks, because the guys that are putting in hundreds of millions of dollars, you have no idea what I go through with those guys. Okay, from fire protection to, they are smart. They know every detail, and they are even more thorough than these guys. Okay, so I can assure you that this data has been provided. At the right time, we will be sitting down with the universities and going through the curriculum and what the curriculums are and how they get trained and the growth pattern that they have. So, sorry.
Just a one. 900 jobs, the whole thing that you imagine.
So the 900 jobs is cell manufacturing, module manufacturing at 3 production lines. So 3 production lines is 900 jobs, okay? Plus all the other ancillaries that go along with it, right? So I can assure you that we have a plan. We know what that plan is. We know what the numbers are. Our bankers have seen it. They understand it, right? So I can tell you that this is going to make an impact if it's done right. And what I would tell to the people here is find a path to work with us and find the right path and the middle ground versus shooting this thing down. No, I know you're not, but I'm just stating that, right? So, okay, anyway, I'll stop.
Come back. We gotta take a recess real quick. You're gonna come back. We got 2 minutes and we're gonna come back.
We have a motion for a
Need a
recess.
motion.
I will motion.
Motion. Good, go.
Was that a second?
1 minute.
Second with your feet.
So Curtis's first meeting.
That was,
Fuller?
Yes.
I don't know.
No, I've been in council. Everyone's called this before at high school, like everyone is tired, so it's like sometimes I still don't. Well, and you will, the way you said it, I'm like, in meetings, thanks. I'm not very lobster. More than weeds, very worse than. Academics, yeah.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
Still have a Gatorade and a Dr. Pepper if anyone. I mean,
Might be the longest one yet.
I think the longest one before this, was when we did the LBS update. We were here pretty late.
But that was more. Basically, ourselves.
There was some of the public here and they were saying like, what about this and what about this? And we were going through like every concern, like line by line, and that one was tough. The use table? Oh, no, this one.
Oh, no. You know how long that, you know how far that is.
That's true. District standard.
Yes.
Hey, John T.
How you doing?
See that tuning? It's getting a little hot in here. As James is so hard. Was it up or down?
Yeah. Yeah. See ya.
Steve, we talked to you.
I saved today.
Oh, Dave Curtis, we're getting to a lost one.
Don't look at me. I'm following, I'm following.
I know, Curtis has been so. Yeah.
You can feel it, it came on the air.
What?
Like just now.
Yeah.
It keeps going on and off. I can't. But I walked through a lake, so my feet are cold, so I'm fine. That's the best way to combat the heat.
We were just saying, I don't know if it's this one or it might have been the LDS thing. Because there were so many people here and we had to go through our books line by line. Okay, let's make an agreement. Okay, we can't agree on a percentage. Let's do a random vote. And I remember that.
What's that? Study.
That was tough. I think we got out. Around. 10, maybe, yeah. I'm gonna have to look, but I know it was that LDS. On and on, and I'm like. And then at the ending, I'm saying, okay, let's have some work sessions and then we'll break some more sections and then go from there. Matt.
I know, I remember.
Matt.
Oh, we're back, all right. We're resume the meeting.
Call meeting to order, roll call.
We're gonna have a roll call, please. Madam Secretary.
Chairman Long,
Here.
Commissioner Cresto,
Here.
Commissioner Spoller,
Here.
Commissioner Ezell,
Here.
Commissioner Eason,
Here.
Commissioner Hayes.
Here.
All right. So I think we've heard all our comments tonight and we're gonna go ahead and now close the hearing, so no one will be allowed to comment anymore. So we're gonna go ahead and close the hearing for this case, and can I have a motion to approve or deny case number 26-007-00004?
Chairman Long, just really quick, looking at the resolution on page 2, being the statements that we've heard from the applicant regarding the solar glass and the ion batteries. I don't know if that's something that you want to remove or some of the language that Commissioner Eason was speaking about. So that would be on the page 2 of the resolution under phase 2.
Yes, if the commission is willing, Mr. Chair, to discuss this, I think it's obvious we need to remove number 4 from the conditional use permit. I also don't think we have.
What page was it on again?
It's right after the memo.
Where you guys see patients.
If we were to have a discussion about it, which I think you did for sure, did. I hate to refer back to you, CD, but why does our code say we can't manufacture steel or glass?
You know, the intent.
Is that a whole area?
The intent, we're not an industrial town, number one. We don't have heavy industry here. Not saying that we shouldn't have it. I'm just saying we've never had it. So we've never put these rules to use as far as heavy industrial uses. These rules were written years ago, and as you know, we carried these rules over from the old code because we don't have industry, so they were sufficient at the time. As techniques and technology evolves, things get better, cleaner, faster, more efficient, things like that. So the intent of the conditional use and the intent of the land development standards, its main job is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. I think at the time when these things were, you know, around the country, these things were in operation, glass plants, whatever else is listed in there, leather and the other ones. They probably let out emissions, they probably let out odors, they probably discharged toxic things into the sewer systems and things like that. If it could be, and it's at the commission's discretion, but if it could be proven that is not gonna have an adverse effect, that they are not gonna discharge any hazardous waste or materials, and that it is all self-contained, then they're fulfilling the intent of the code, which is to prevent that from happening. So if that could be proven, we could leave the glass in there, and that I would leave that up to the developer and the manufacturer to prove that. But it would have to be proven by documentation, by data, by naming how they produce this glass, what the processes are and things like that to ensure that's not going to happen. So that means you would have done your due diligence to protect our infrastructure, our air and our community, but he can still do what he wants.
Well,
So that's
our due diligence for industrial land.
yeah, and the whole point of this annexation, which was brought up before, is this was slated for industrial uses. That was the main goal in this annexation, correct? With some later down the road, maybe some residential subdivisions and stuff further down, not next to the industrial stuff. So we're gonna have to look at our rules and regs and make sure, number one, we're protecting the community and our environment and everything else. But number two, allowing these things to come in, because, you know, you can have both.
Right.
Right now, I think with this one, this is the starter one, this is the new one, this is the first one. And this is a pretty clean one, you know, based on what he's doing. So I think this is a good model to start with.
Okay. I just
Could I-
wanted your opinion on the law.
Make a comment on that. I think at this point, manufacturing glass is just forbidden regardless of how well it's done. I think if he wants to do that in phase two at that point, and he feels like, you know, this is a place he wants to do it, it would require a change in the land development standards.
Well, that's
So I
kind of
think
where-
at this point, yeah, the glass, any kind of glass manufacturer, I mean, it's pretty simple. No raw materials shall be processed into any of the following basic products, glass.
And
So-
I think that's valid. I mean, it's clearly in our code. The thing that we need to recognize as a commission though is we need to revisit that. If it's a carryover note, I mean, there's more than just that.
That may be, but this
Yeah.
additional use permit is not where we need to do that.
Right.
Right now.
And I think that's okay. I think, but as a commission for ourselves, for staff, I think if there is old carryover notes like that from the old code to the new code, we need to look at it.
I agree. And that's what the LDS committee was formed for. But
Yeah.
we didn't get anything, so, yeah,
I got you.
and that's not a big deal. So we do that all the time.
Okay, do we have motion?
Going out there to see what happens with it. I move for approval, item 4, phase 1 only. Phase 2, they can come back later time when he decides what he can do here, what he needs to do. We can move this off of our desk and get it on the CP schedule. If we do that, but that's my motion, phase 1, item 4. Approval.
Second.
Can you make a friendly amendment?
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Commissioner Cresto,
You can ask him to amend my.
Yeah, right. You could move to.
Right, Miss Martin? I was gonna make a friendly amendment.
Before there's a vote, you can move to amend, and then there need to be a second, and then there would be discussion of your motion to amend.
I understand that you think it's already in there, and I respect that. I think it matters what's in writing. So. Yes, we have to come up with the language now, but I do think there should be an item F. That the permitted facilities. Say, shall not be used for. Converted into. Operated as. A data center. that the data center operations are strictly for on-site manufacturing and as an ancillary use to the manufacturing facility.
I'd amend my motion to include that.
Up with some language here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it.
I just said.
There was language, so we'll add it to the resolution. Take out phase two.
Now, data processing facility shall only be used
How would we,
solely for as ancillary to the manufacturing processes.
let me ask you, things are going good. Phase one's doing fine, and we're on to phase two. How would we come back to revisit the phase two?
What I would recommend is if the developer or manufacturer is sure that they're gonna proceed with phase two at some point, we start now looking at our standards to make sure that we get those issues addressed in the code. Then he would come back for another conditional use permit approval for phase two. But first step would be, bringing our code up to current manufacturing standards. Cause I think we're lacking in that area because we just don't have industry here, that type of industry.
I'm not entirely comfortable with, well, I don't know. I feel like we only talked about heterojunction solar, so I do think it's important that we be specific about products. So that we understand.
I think,
Wouldn't they understand what we were calling out?
I mean, just as possibly TopCon solar cells, like possibly, I don't know.
the thing is though, what we're doing is we're doing it as a conditional use for heavy manufacturing. And out of those are the items that were in there as part of the condition. So if we're gonna
For
limit,
these specific products.
right, but that would be, I don't know if we've ever limited somebody on private industry to limit
Then we'd have to get
exactly
into
what that is.
his proprietary information, the
Oh, no, I'm not saying that, just the heterojunction solar cells.
Commissioner Eason,
I don't even know what that is.
if you look at
It's a
the,
photovoltaic solar cell.
I know.
if you look at condition under C, it does state to disclose all materials and chemicals. So I think that may fall under that.
Cause I mean, that's what I mean, it's more of a high level, like, hey, tell us what you're doing.
And we don't want to be so too specific to where every time he has to come back when he adds in a new, component, new type of material.
I need a little bit of help here.
Okay.
You understand your industry better than I understand it right now.
I would like to
Well, could you help educate us just a little bit?
So photovoltaic cells is okay, but you can't tell me if I change my technology tomorrow and I innovate and I add a layer of perovskite, I do all the other stuff. I can't come back to you and say, I need a permit and then depend on you yanking it because somebody doesn't like it, right? I have a product, I'm going to innovate that product. My materials may change. As long as I'm within the code, I'm okay.
Right.
I may innovate. I may come back with a 38% cell, which is great. But photovoltaic, I've already listed what we're going to do, but I can't be limited on that list. I've given you a list. We may innovate tomorrow and come up with something totally new.
Innovate a new type of solar cell.
Correct.
TopCon sounded like a brand to me. and
It's not a brand.
heterojunction.
That's a specific technology. TopCon is a very specific technology. We used to be PERC, went to TopCon, now it's heterojunction. And we may innovate further on heterojunction with tandem and perovskites and all the other stuff. So I can only tell you that I'm making a solar cell. You can't tell me how to make a solar cell.
Right.
It's like, I'm having a house, I'm giving you a permit to build a house, but you're saying you can only have this fridge and you cannot have that and you can have that. I mean, that wouldn't work.
What we can do is ask for the specifics of the materials being used.
Right. Right.
So that way we all have knowledge of what that is.
Right.
And that's in here.
Right. And And I'm going to help you further, and I'm going to say, the network and the data center is ancillary use and for our products. So just like you have a phone that has an app on it, I'm selling a solar panel that is going to have an app on it to monitor that solar panel so it doesn't catch fire because some guy didn't install it properly. We're monitoring that.
So the data center is not just being used in the manufacturing process.
It is used in the manufacturing process, but I'm selling, just like you have a phone that has an app, I'm selling my solar panel tomorrow because I give a 30-year warranty on it. And what happens is some installer doesn't install it properly, cable catches fire. The first thing that they do is they call us up and say, your solar panel caught on fire. We want you to pay for it, and we want you to pay for the liquidated damages. What I want to do is say, no, I monitored it. You had a heat problem on one of your cables. That's what triggered that fire. And don't come and ask my insurance to pay for it because we have a bigger balance sheet. I want you to go figure out who your installer was and go ask his bond to put up. So that's why we need to monitor it, because what has happened in the past is you sell the solar panels, it catches fire because the installer didn't install it properly, had left one cable open, and next thing you know, it catches fire.
Yeah.
So again, it's ancillary use related to our products, what we sell. It's what we sell, what we make, it's on that site. I'm not a Meta. I don't have a social media app. I'm not running it. I'm not a YouTube. I'm making a product. I'm selling that product.
Can I run some language by everybody and see? The data processing facility shall only be used as an auxiliary use to the manufacturing, sale, and maintenance of the facility's products. Is that language that makes everybody happy?
Can you repeat it one more time, Curtis?
We'll give it to you.
Okay.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Can we?
And that was by Commissioner Cresta?
Yes.
Can we have a second?
And we did, I seconded by Kurt.
Curtis?
Recap the motion then. As Nikki.
Okay, we're going for item 4. The motion is to approve item number 4 and to amend the resolution to include only phase 1 and also to add a condition under F, basically stating that they cannot operate as a standalone data center using Commissioner Hayes's language.
You.
Can you repeat it one more time?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, let's go to a vote.
Commissioner Cresto,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes, Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Spoller,
Yes.
Commissioner Ezell,
Yes.
Commissioner Eason,
No.
we have 4 affirmative votes. Item is approved.
Thank you.
And just for the audience and everyone who is in attendance, there is a 10-day appeal period. So if you would like to file an appeal, you would go to the city clerk's office.
And for everybody in the audience, you really don't have to stay here if you don't want to for the next 2 items.
Or you can.
Right. I mean, or you can. We have, you guys should have.
Not the way it works.
Oh, dang it. Okay, guys.
Thanks. The other one. I can't disagree with you. I did. Yeah. So now a lot of ideas.
Yeah. It's like not emotional. It's a litigation behind.
We're on this ship. All right, moving on. Hey, guys. Commission. Mr. Hayes, Commissioner Hayes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, all right, so we are on to, I guess we're gonna call it item, what are we doing, 5? Okay, item 5. We need to recommend, we need to nominate and appoint a new vice chairperson. So what we do is I would say, let's just open it up and discuss. It's.
Want me to read it?
maybe it's not completely fair
I
though.
was told I had to read it, but.
I
You don't want me to.
You don't have to read it, but the thing is do we have to wait for a full? Okay.
No, you have a quorum.
Alright, so
You're good.
agreed. You know.
The City of Gallup Planning and Zoning Commission is required to nominate and elect a new vice chairman during the August 12th meeting. Due to Chairman Kent Wilson stepping down from his position and the new chair, Matthew Long, being appointed as the new chairman. There's now a vacancy, and in the event Chairman Matthew Long is unavailable to attend
Which will be.
a meeting, the vice chairman will step in to fill the chair's responsibilities. Please nominate and elect commissioners to serve.
So let me ask you the probably the easiest question. Does anybody want to? We gotta know. Gotta know. He said, we gotta know. No. No. Well,
Curtis is new, so it's kind of a big ask for him.
This kind of meeting.
Alright, so alright, y'all made it hard then. Okay, so we're just gonna fix them.
I'll nominate Commissioner Hayes. I'll nominate Commissioner Eason. You can't do that, there's a motion on the floor.
Nominations don't require a second. That's true.
He just proved why he should be vice chair.
Generally, I wouldn't mind doing it. I've just. It's next month. What's the date?
It's only when he's gone.
Do we have an agenda?
We don't have any items for next month right now.
Okay, push it on.
I believe it's September 11th. No, 9th. September 9th would be the next meeting.
Might not even have enough for the forum.
I'm not here to do that.
I'll do it then.
You know, you got.
I can't run a meeting.
And you got back.
And you.
Me too.
Alright, I would like to nominate. Commissioner Hayes for the vice chair. Well, it doesn't take a second, so you already got it, so you're done. We're done.
Yeah.
I would like to second your nomination.
Just need a majority.
You need a roll
Aye,
call
yea
vote.
or nay?
Should we take a
Everybody in
vote?
favor, vote, yeah.
Yes.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Curtis.
And me and Kyle are stuck on here for 2 more years is what the next item says.
You share a term, that's a good.
Besides that, guys, thank you. I know that's all. Appreciate everything. I think we need a call for a motion.
We're skipping it?
We are, unless you wanna go over the building permit. Yeah.
A motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Okay.
The packet books, do we give these back?
Yes,
to
we
you?
give them back.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
I wonder.